no major recap this session. You guys just wrapped up your big excursion on Daggermore. You captured Ranzal Bloodbeard. You killed Stephen Hyde. You got a fat payday, both by robbing Ranzal's abandoned pirate repository and the bounties that you received for those two captures and kills. So you guys had a lot of money to burn. You are back in Freeport. It's only been a couple of days since you got off of Daggermore now. And day one back in Freeport was a lot of conversations with some important people like Alexi and the Gatewatch and the engineer at Fort Franco, who is going to be handling most of your magic item commissions. And we've established that Aloran and Noel are planning to craft their own armor and tattoo. But for the most part, you guys are just sort of buying and commissioning your gear. So that'll be ready towards the end of the month for the more high-end stuff. And the lower tier stuff is going to be ready in a few weeks. Beyond that...
Barnaby's also building his own adamantine armor.
Oh, that's right. You are working on the adamant. You're waiting on the supplies to come in, which will be like next week sometime.
Correct.
And we already paid for everything. Everything is documented and taken out of your wallets, your bank accounts. So no need to worry about cash any longer. And I believe that most... you should have deducted the 15,000.
Okay, I didn't before. I'll do it now.
Okay, yeah. Now everyone's stuff has been fully accounted for.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and pay for the 415.
You're gonna buy the non-detection amulet?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You just want to buy it then, just because he had the one hand sitting around?
Yeah, she'll just buy it.
Okay, cool. So with that, we have covered a single day of downtime. And the coming days and weeks are yours to do with as you will, so we can kind of be a little loosey-goosey with time. I will kind of hit on major events as they come as far as plot developments and holidays and whatnot, but y'all are pretty free to kind of act as you will during this period. So, waking up on the 59th and beginning your nice, long, well-deserved break.
Oh, I had a slight retcon. I wanted to invite Dodo to come with Adlar.
Oh, you want Dodo to come too?
Yes.
Okay, I was going to ask if there are any questions. We can also do retcons.
That's my one retcon.
Okay. Yeah, Adlar will be like, oh shit, let me buy that ticket. And he'll go make sure that Dodo has a ticket. So they will be arriving. Yeah, they will be arriving on the 57th.
Okay.
So, any other questions or retcons or anything that you guys wanted to handle on day one that we didn't get to before we get into it?
Question because I think it's probably going to come up. When Noel is teaching Elvish to Aloran and Burberry, inevitably, what counts as like a day of work for that? Is it an 8-hour thing, just like crafting a magic item?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be 8 hours. 8 hours of study would count as a day of progress.
Yeah. So that'll have to wait till after that, at least.
I mean, if you guys want to do nothing but crafting and studying Elvish for 2 weeks, you can.
Well, I'm saying more that I'm beholden to crafting until that's all done. So.
Fair.
I would like to buy a magic item that just teaches you Elvish.
That just teaches you Elvish?
Wait, can you do that?
No.
I'm 100% kidding.
An Elvish speaking spell or something.
No, it's another magical. It's another useless magical item. The Book of Learning Elvish takes 30 days to activate.
It's a Rosetta Orb of Learning. It'll teach you a language for the same cost as skill proficiency would cost you.
I call this a babelfish.
How long would... Because usually downtime in training requires pay somebody to teach you, but since those are proficient Elvish, proficiency.
mean, if you're down to teach me, Noel, I'll be ready to learn.
I was just saying I'm gonna have to wait till after we're done crafting to teach, but I will be down to teach
Yeah.
at some point here.
So the day,
And to be fair, you don't have to have Noel teach you. It's just a bonus.
Yeah.
You could theoretically just get a book on Elvish.
Yeah.
day 2, John will
but
be heading out to Homebrew.
Day 2, you'll be heading for Helmfirth.
Yep.
I will say I think I like the idea of a Lord torturing Noel. Just being her rotten student.
Be a rotten student.
Yeah. Who's learning, but
Lauren, if you throw another spitball, I am gonna lose it.
she takes the straw.
It was Burberry.
Yeah, it was Burr. Burr did it, not me.
You look over, there's a straw very quickly withdrawing back into the robes. Can't prove anything.
When are we starting the crafting? Are we doing that every day starting now?
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah, I think after, because we're gonna do your armor first, and I think I'll take like a few days off before we start mine,
Okay.
so that she can go like visit her mom.
Well, because
and
we're also
stuff.
taking breaks for the holidays too. I remember.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But
So John wants to go to home first. I think is the first thing that came up.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, John, you would definitely be able to get a ferry across the bay and rent a horse or something to get yourself to
we have
Helmfirth.
horses.
Hmm?
Don't we have
Horses.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you could just take your horse that you procured from Darren's Hold. Take that on a ferry across the bay and be in Helmsfirth by the end of the 59th. Is there anything that you're wanting to accomplish in Helmsfirth? Or the 49th?
Yeah.
excuse me.
I'm planning on making upgrades to the orphanage.
Okay, yeah.
I think I sent you a list.
Did
Did I
you?
not?
You did not send me a list, no.
I could have sworn it, Julie.
Wait, hold up.
Yeah, it's on the
Modifications, got it.
on the
Okay.
night. Yep.
Uh,
I'm going to
so-
focus on the first 3, and then the extras are just like I don't know what's feasible.
Okay. So I would definitely say that if you're wanting to get repairs done on the building, that's not going to be like a huge cost. That's probably a few hundred gold. And it'll probably go faster if you hire outside help. But if you want to do it all yourself, that's also an option. I think tilling a field or building a greenhouse is also, again, like a few hundred gold to build something, and tilling the field is really just going to be time and like equipment rental, which will be like a few gold a day. As far as a wall goes, that I would leave to you and the residents of the orphanage in Helmfirth to kind of determine. Like, do you think that this place needs a wall?
What about if I wanted to buy the equipment to maintain, like make and maintain the field?
Maintain a. Hold up.
So like general farming tools.
Oh, you just want to buy them tools for themselves?
Yeah.
Okay. That is also an option. I will say, I guess, how much of this do you want to do yourself versus like, do you want to get outside help, like commissioned to pitch in on this?
For the repairing the building, I'm going to get outside help.
Mm.
For the field, I want to get a couple people to teach them how to do it.
Okay. I will say, just for the sake of repairs and all that, let's call it 1,000 gold pieces to get this place like completely put together, get the people that you need, and have that done over the course of, say, the next 4 weeks, like 40 days.
Okay.
Go.
That works.
Awesome. And I will say that the folks at the orphanage would definitely be very, very grateful. What's her name? The proprietress, Dady. One, she's happy to see you again because it's been months, it feels like. And two, you bring in all the cash and plans to start renovating, and she's like, I had no expectation of any of that. John, this is amazing. Thank you. And she'll obviously help however she can. And I'm sure she would want to know is there anything that she can do in her position to pay you back for this? Not that she's really got a lot, but if there's anything.
There's nothing you need to do. This is just something I felt like doing.
It's much appreciated, John. Have you been back to talk to Bram since you've been back in town?
That was my next stop.
Okay. Well, he has been asking after you, so I'm sure he'll be happy to see you. So yeah, you get that all squared away over the couple of days in Homeworth, and at some point during your stay in town, go track down Bram. Heading to the what's it?
CAA.
The CAA, yeah. As soon as you let the reception area know that you're here, they're like, oh yeah, Bram will definitely want to talk to you. They send word up, and you're brought up to his office, within 10 minutes. Hello, Phoebe. Can I help you? And as soon as you come inside, he's just like, John, boy, you've been making some waves out there, haven't you?
Probably more than you know.
And I've been hearing a lot of rumors. Is that you at Daggermore? There's been some chatter coming down from the Freeport.
You've already heard about Daggermore. I'm kind of surprised.
Well, folk are saying Bloodbeard was brought in a couple days ago to
Yeah.
Alliance.
Turns out the bastard was my father.
Jesus, John.
Yeah. What's even weirder, the one who sent me after him was my mother.
Jesus. How did that all come about?
Have you heard about the curse that was lifted?
Yeah, no, Monty Bond's been a topic of discussion for a while now.
That was us.
Yeah, something told me.
Well, the one of the people that helped us out with that was, unbeknownst to me, my mother, and was going to be executed if Bloodbeard wasn't caught, and so asked us to catch it.
Shit.
Yeah.
Why was she due to be executed? What?
Apparently, she was a former pirate.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Shit. I'm sorry to hear it, John. That's that can't have been
Well, it wasn't all bad. We did get a very, very big payday out of it.
Well, I would imagine Bloodbeard's bounty was worth quite a bit.
Yeah, but nah, that was the smaller part. We looted his entire castle too.
Jesus. Bray was just kind of shaking his head like, oh my. That must have been a sight.
Yeah, he apparently did not trust banks.
I doubt many banks want to do business with him either, in fairness.
But he just had gold lying everywhere.
Jesus. Well,
Anyways, so I'm fixing up the orphanage and helping them establish a field so that they can have some produce that they don't have to pay for. But I was wondering if there was a way we could set up, I don't know, like a monthly or bi-monthly class where a person from here goes and teaches some of the kids a skill, like sword fighting, tracking, spinning.
not a bad idea. Not sure. Well,
We need to set up a
we
fund
could
or
probably-
something to do that.
yeah, we could probably figure specifics out. I'm not sure if I want to get the younger ones started swinging this early, but
Well, they would have to obviously talk to the headmistress first to find out.
Yeah. I imagine we could probably come to some sort of agreement on curriculum. And we've got our existing training programs already for the newer recruits. I'm sure we can pull from that at least to get it started. I don't imagine that'd be too terribly difficult. No. I take it this is something you're wanting to spearhead with your newfound well.
Yeah, I figured if I set up like a fund of, I don't know, what do you think, 1,000 gold?
I mean, I imagine we could probably make that happen for the rest of the year with that. Sure, yeah, we could do something.
The rest of the year for like a month.
For what?
You said for the rest of the year, that's like a month.
Well, you know what I mean. Another year.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
Sorry, John. Didn't want you to get ripped off.
A less than a week for another year. I think that's doable. That's not terrible.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It just it doesn't have to be that often. It can be once a month, every other month, something like that.
I think with 1,000, we could do it once a week at minimum. That's more than doable.
I've fixed up the place, I've paid some people to fix up the place, and we're going to be creating them a field. So,
Well, yeah, I mean, putting the kids to work.
well,
They're working for themselves then in the mines or
they're
somebody
not
else's field, I suppose, right?
working for someone else. They're making their own food.
They're getting a fairer shake this way.
Plus, they might even be able to sell if they have extra.
Yeah. It's good. I think we can make that happen, John. I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. There is something else I wanted to talk to you about.
What's up?
Well, I left a letter in Freeport just in case they saw you before I did. But I'm now hearing about the Bloodbeard thing. This might be a little under your pay grade. But
If you need help, just let me know.
we probably could use your help, honestly. It's you remember that whole incident with Folk?
Yeah.
all that Theron's whole business. And,
You mean the reason we went on a vacation?
yeah, that whole thing. Dealer's choice. um, he kind of scratches his chin and he says, "Well, early this past month, we started seeing what we were afraid of seeing. All that business got kind of put to rest. That that drug you found, starting to see it around Freeport. Well, it's not in Helmfirth yet, but I think it might be a matter of time before it starts making its way down here.
It's in Freeport already?
So far.
Thought
Not
we shut down the production.
Well, so did I, but I keep it the barbecue. Or no, you want the meat. To my understanding, the folks that your Mr. Grimes was partnering with to produce this drug.
The cartel.
Well, not specifically the people he was working with in Freeport. They weren't ever caught, and it looks like they've got another lab set up, if not multiple. I mean, we're seeing this stuff showing up at smokehouses all over Hobbs Hill and Hobbsby down by the water. It's spread fast. We've already had to play, mediator during an eviction involving this shit, and I don't think it's going to get better anytime soon. So I've been trying to work with the sheriff's office, try and track these guys down, but so far no luck. There's word that the CDI thinks that there are white cartel is backing this, like you said, but I'm not sure that we've seen any sign of that yet. Personally, I'm not one to work with the CDI on much if I can help it. Regardless, I wanted to talk to you. You saw that operation firsthand. You worked more closely with any of it than anybody else in the CIA. If you know anything, or you got any ideas how to track these guys down, we could use your help for sure.
I mean, the only reason that we found them before was because we were Willem personally.
Yeah.
Don't know that we have anything or any way to track them. Can't discount the white cartel being part of it, though.
I suppose not. Although from what you said, Willem wasn't keen on the white cartel. He was an old group. I'm not sure his successors are necessarily deviating much from that plan.
I'm more worried that the white cartel sent someone to take over.
Well, I mean, if they're in Freeport, we haven't heard anything, but that could change in the near future.
Well, I can let my party know and see if they have any ideas.
Well, if you do think of anything, let us know. We could definitely use the insight. If you got any free time, we could use your help looking into it.
Yeah, I'm happy to look into what I can.
Good. Appreciate it. You're closer to it than anybody, so you were the one to ask.
I don't know how much help will be, but I'll at least see what we can find.
Sounds good. Well, that's about all the news I've got on CAA front. Beyond the Freeport issue, things are relatively quiet, which is good.
Yeah, I'm just honestly not really sure what we're gonna do next. I'm just came back to fix up the orphanage and make some changes.
All right. Well, I'll be here. If you're going to be around town, I wouldn't say no to seeing more of you if you got time. So,
I'll probably be around town for at least a week, maybe 2.
sounds good.
And then John's gonna leave and send a letter to Noel.
Okay, sure. So that'll probably get to Noel within a couple of days, if not. Yeah, it'll probably be like the 50th when that arrives.
I'll just say, hey, got notified by Bram that the drug is starting to spread in Freeport. The one from Willem's gang. Worried the white cartel might be back. Got any ideas on anything we can do to help? I'll be in Helmfirth for another week or so.
Okay. I'll have to think about that for a minute. Well, before I respond.
That'll be John's next week or so. Just
Great,
helping
sure.
out at the orphanage.
Sounds good. What about the rest of you? What plans do ye have?
Until Dodo and Adler showed up, I'd probably ask Burberry to help me see if there's and talk to people to see if we can try to find somebody to fix Dodo's memory.
Ooh, that would be a fascinating prospect.
Okay.
I was thinking I could go by the schools, magic schools, and talk to the professors and stuff. Maybe you can reach out to the conclave and see.
Well, I was planning on going there anyway, so I suppose I could ask if there was anything. Although, from what we were told by the other
Alexi?
Icon words. No, not Alexi. Not Guardian.
Gatekeeper?
Gatekeeper, was that it? Mm-hmm. There wasn't really there. That was more of a side effect of him being absolutely stripped down to nothing.
Yeah, I'm just curious if there's something we could try to see. It's better to try than not to try, because last time we didn't really have the resources to actually do anything. And now we're in Freeport and we have time, so we might be able to figure out something. Plus, the Gatekeeper's a fey creature, so I don't know if she would know the type of magic and stuff we'd be able to do.
Can I roll Arcana to see if hag nonsense is in that realm of magic?
Hag nonsense is in the realm of
The type of is a type of fey magic.
Oh. I mean, I wouldn't make you roll Arcana. Presumably, the hags are also fey. I mean, this was a fey conflict between the Gatekeeper and these hags. I think you would know that was all fake shit.
Okay. Well, I think that. Okay, and it would help if Burberry was, or if half of Burberry was better at schooling shit. But you know how sometimes whenever you're not certain your friend is right, but you go along with it for the sake of, on the off chance that you're wrong?
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
Sounds like an enthusiastic yes for Burberry.
Sounds like a very unenthusiastic.
No, because it reminds me, like, it makes me, and I am in no way correlating, well, I mean, I kind of am, but not as extreme as this situation. It's like whenever all of my friends got drunk and one of them dropped their ring in the ocean, and so everybody went to help her find it. Like,
It's like, that bitch is gone.
you know, like, I guess technically there is a chance you could find it, but I don't like your odds.
That's such a
I am
specific but perfect scenario to use as an analogy.
This was burned into Cat's memory at some point.
High school. Third in high school. It's one of the reasons that I did not get drunk for a very long time. Because this happened, like, I think I was with a group of like 8, and I was the only sober person there.
Everyone's like, we gotta find the ring.
And meanwhile, I'm standing in the shallows with my pant legs rolled up to my knees, holding a red camera light, because that's the only form of light I had at the time. Like, yeah, this'll work.
Yeah, I think Lauren just kind of wants to try to figure something out. So,
Okay.
and since he's actually in town, this would be like the time to do anything if possible.
Okay. So this will probably be during the off time,
When I'm not.
either after or before crafting.
Yeah, I probably do.
Crafting work during the day.
I probably craft in the morning and then
Yeah.
later in the day because I'm assuming school would be out by that point, so
Yeah.
that she could bother people later.
Sure. I'll say, with advantage, go ahead and make an investigation check.
I just rolled a nat 20 plus 1. But I can roll again. I rolled a 2.
You had advantage, so it's that 20 plus
Okay.
1. So 21.
Yeah.
Okay. With a 21. I will say you would meet someone in pretty short order, probably within a couple of days of starting this search. Excuse me. There's probably like weekend classes going on at Bellinguate University, which is a large
Bellingweight?
Bellinguate, I believe it's called.
Can you put that in chat? Because I cannot touch that spelling.
Let me pull it up. Yeah, Belegwait. Belegwait. So Beleg and then just wait. I'll type it out so my fingers are not covered in blood. The Belegwait Academy is a university on the north side of town, up on a hill, and this is a formal magical institution. The Anne Academy is a lot less built up. It's got more of kind of a startup feel, educational startup, if that's a thing. This is like an old school. It's been here for ages, and this is like the place to go for magical education in the Emerald Coast if that is what you aspire to. So you head here and you kind of poke around the campus, and given that it's the weekend, there's not like a ton of classes going on, but there's a handful. And talking to some of the faculty, they will tell you that while she is not in currently, there is a member of the staff that is a big researcher in the field of memory. And her name is going to be. Go back. Her name is Silrona Flosham. And she'll be in on Monday. If you want to make an appointment now, she can be ready to meet with you.
Yeah, I'll make an appointment on Monday.
Yeah. And so it'll be like the 51st when you guys get to meet with this woman. And she'll sit down with you and she'll ask, so I'm told that the two of you had some questions about the nature of memory. Something I happen to specialize in. What can I do for the two of you?
Is there a way to restore somebody's lost memory?
There are a number of ways.
Okay. So,
This person in particular had their memories magically ripped from them in a very unpleasant manner.
Mm-hmm. Well, depending on the exact nature of this
Faye.
damage, Faye, ooh, she grimaces. Faye are difficult.
It was a hag that did it.
I'm very sorry to hear that. I hope your friend's doing all right. Iffy. Mm.
Better than he was when we started.
Yes.
That's all we can really ask for. By the way, just so you guys know, there's a place just down the hill from the university. They make great sandwiches. They're so good.
Oh, what's the name of it and how much are they?
It's not like a silver piece, and they are loaded. I mean, they do not fool around.
Oh, we're not, can we go do that afterwards, please?
Yes, we can. We can 100% go there.
Yes!
Highly recommend it. Here's your address.
Glad I'm not the one with memory problem.
So memories, yes. Depending on the exact nature of this damage, whether it's sort of naturally occurring amnesia, or if it's arcanely inflicted, there are different solutions.
I think it's arcanely, because they tried to break him down to create him into a hag, I think, was their ultimate goal.
Oh.
And then rebuild her.
Oh, that's horrible.
It
Yeah.
didn't stick.
Did not stick.
No.
He's back to himself, but without all of his memories.
Well,
Or personality, really.
I'll be the first to say I am not I don't specialize in phase studies. That would be Professor Aldasterman. But I can confirm with him after this. I can get back to you. But to my knowledge, when it comes to the sort of Fey changeling phenomenon like this, typically hags will abduct children, newborns, and then leave a Fey creature in their place. This is typical pattern, very widely recorded in Fey literature. And they will use this newborn to create a new hag. I am not clear on the specifics, but this is, to my understanding, how they procreate. Given that they are using, and how old is your friend? I assume your friend is not a newborn.
I think he was 90 years in that range.
He was very much an adult.
Yes, pretty much.
Or at least older teenager territory, if we're going by human standards.
Elvish, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to presume, but it certainly sounds Elvish.
Yes, he is. He is an elf.
Well, perceptions of time, we are fairly certain do not vary greatly between the races, but physiological maturity does. Regardless, attempting to take an elvish man and turn him into a hag, I cannot imagine working well.
It did not.
No,
It did not.
and if this was the result, or this resulted in his memory loss, I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure how to approach that just from description. I think an inspection, a check-in with this individual directly would be very enlightening.
He is actually coming to town, and I can see if he'd be interested.
Well, good. I will say this is a very, very irregular case. Do you
It would
think
be
that
great for studies, wouldn't it?
Well, I think honestly this might be something I could pitch to Professor Oldastrom, and I feel like we might have our next paper on our hands if your friend is willing.
I would like to not traumatize him as much as possible because he's been through a lot.
Of course. No, I wouldn't.
Did you
I'm not
invite
saying
his
like you guys.
mother as well? Out of the question.
No, I did not.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm sure she'll enjoy vacation.
If your friend is willing to talk with us, and whatever test he is comfortable submitting himself to, I think would be very, very enlightening.
I will tell you what we just told you is all he was able to tell us, pretty much. And we found most of this information out through other sources. He does not know anything. I don't know if talking's really gonna.
Well, we do have a multitude of tests that we can run, arcane and medical alike. These are things that we can hone in on the exact nature of his malady. And as I said, I fancy myself something an expert on memory. I feel like we could probably find something that has not been determined as of yet. So if your friend is willing,
Okay.
we would be more than happy to sit down and talk and
They're supposed to get here on the 57th.
sure, this week. Well, then I will notify Professor Albrestman and ask him to clear his schedule. I suppose you want a date of settlement. So we'll say the 58th, then we can all sit down and continue this conversation with your friend. What is your friend's name?
Doto.
Doto? Okay. We can sit down with Mr. Doto and...
There's probably going to be his best friend's going to come with him.
It's perfectly fine, however he's comfortable. See what we can do.
Okay.
This is exciting. Well, she is going to snap her fingers and summon an owl just onto the desk and start writing something, tie it to its legs. Like, you take this, Professor Adam, I'll dress him for me. And the owl just fucking takes off through the window.
How do I get a pet owl that does that?
I think that's a familiar of some kind.
Okay. That will never happen. Got it.
You would be correct.
It's
I believe that there is a druid, out of character, there's a druid, an optional druid feature that lets you summon wild wilderness creatures for a short period of time using a wild shape charge. But we didn't look at that for specifics. But yeah, Professor Flosham.
She'll be excited for something else later.
Yeah, Professor Flosham is down to clown and more than happy to take a look at that for you.
Okay.
If there is nothing to be done, if it would be possible, he's kind of, last we saw him, he was starting to learn to come into himself a little bit. But as you can imagine, it's a bit of a jarring process.
I am sure starting over from square one at 90 can't be easy. With such supportive friends, I'm sure he is doing better every day.
Well, that and a lot of candy.
Lots of candy.
Hey,
Sorry, magic candy.
there are worse vices.
Yeah, the magic candy.
Growing candy.
Fake candy.
Well, I will see you all on the 58th. I do have another class coming up here at the top of the hour, so.
All right, perfect. Let's go get some sandwiches.
Cool. And yeah, the sandwich shop.
I completely forgot. I'm glad you remembered.
Fucking bomb. They use an extremely like rich, like thick sauce in the meat. Oh my god.
She'll pick
Good
up
shit.
a sandwich for Noel, Barnaby, and Gerald.
Okay, sure.
And maybe Gideon. No, she'll just buy sandwiches for the whole game watch and the rest of the party.
It's a silver per person.
We've got catering tonight.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 for the party, and then Gideon, Aaron, Gerald's, Secundo.
You guys should visit more often. This is delicious.
Yeah, that's 10. Okay, it's a gold. It's
a gold.
10 sandwiches.
Okay.
I'm buying an extra one for me.
Yeah, you bring those in, and Marina's like, "Oh fuck yeah, I love that place," and y'all sit down and have some very tasty, saucy sandwiches.
Where is this place? This is amazing.
It's close to Bellway Academy.
I have not heard of that place.
Okay, that's it until probably like the 58th, or when Adlar and Dodo get here. That's all Lauren really had. If anybody else has stuff.
I totally do, but I'll let you go first.
I was gonna say I just wanted to at some point, given that John sent me a letter, go down to Helmfirth directly, rather than write a letter back because I wanted to go to Helmfirth anyway.
Oh, if you're going down to Humford, I think Lauren would be like, do you want, can you ask John for me if he'd like me to, if Saren comes by, if he wants me to send her his way or not?
Well, we'll use the power of magic to cast sending. John, do you want Saren to come with us? We're coming to Helmfirth.
That would be a yes.
Okay.
He said yes, and I think I heard him breathing heavily.
Oh wait, that's right. My other retcon was that I was sending letters to Sarah and her mom and Gaddick.
Okay. So you wanted to send word to Wombo?
Yeah, I would have done that like day 2, just that they kind of knew I was in town.
Okay, yeah. So you'd send those on the 49th, and those would probably arrive, or you'd probably get responses on like the 51st, probably that Monday, right? And you would, the replies that you get are vary greatly in their, content. Did you write your mom or Saren's mom?
My mom.
Your mom, okay.
My mom, Saren, and Gaddick.
Your mom's letter is pretty short. Effectively, it says, "It is so good to hear from you. I'm glad to hear you're back in town. The village is almost finished. I can't wait for you to come by and see it. It looks so good. Can't wait to hear all about your travels. I know you've been busy. We're still putting the finishing touches on things, but if you come by within a week, everything should be finished. Can't wait to see you." Saren's reply is very long. She basically gives you a play-by-play of like the last 2 months since you've seen her. Just like she has been keeping just a running tally of like everything that she's done, and is just dumping it on you all at once in this letter. And there's a lot of crossed out sentences. There's a lot of misspelling. You can tell this was probably written kind of drunk. And she wraps the letter up by asking, when can we meet up? Because we got some shit to do.
I think Lauren would just be like, I'm in Freeport and I got some friends coming and we're about to party. So
Yeah, and then within a couple of days, you'll get a single word reply like, bet we're coming. Gaddick's reply is even shorter than your mom's. And he says, hell yeah, let's go. Saren's writing a fucking novel. Tell me when you're free, Gaddick.
Oh, I think and the second one she'd say if you wanted to stop by Helmsford, that John's there right now. She tells Saren that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so Saren's reply would definitely be just like, oh shit, sweet. All right, I'll meet you guys there. And
There are a whole lot of PS, PPS, PPPS.
Yeah, pretty much. P.S. John's there. P.S. John was drooling. P.S. SS. John was camping. No, I'm just kidding. She wouldn't say that.
She'd be thinking it though.
Oh, 100%.
So, would you guys be leaving for home first on like the 52nd then? After, like the day after the meeting with the professor?
I think Lauren would be staying in town to work on magic items.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we need to sort of. The problem was like I don't think I'm gonna be like staying in Helford for a long time. Like maybe just head down there after crafting one evening, stay for the night, and then maybe halfway through the next day head back up to Freeport.
Okay.
And then craft late into the night that night, just to keep things consistent.
Just take one night.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you would be hoofing it, right, to make it in a day after spending, the whole morning crafting. But you get there around sundown, and I'm sure John will be there to greet you at the edge of Helmfirth. You're surrounded by this rolling countryside of, what is usually, resplendent with grain and grape and other produce. Right now, it's really just kind of empty fields and cows this late in the year.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask, how much would it cost for Noelle to have brought down some kind of desserts or candies for the orphanage from Freeport?
I mean, probably like 3 or 4 gold.
Okay. I'll get something nice to give to all the kids when I get there.
Okay. They're very excited. As soon as you walk in the door, it's just, Miss Noel, oh my God.
It's good to see all of you.
Oh, Noel, I haven't seen you in so long.
Oh, boy. Can't do this to me, Flint.
Hey, I don't remember what Bert's voice is, and we established this boy sounds like Carl Weezer. Miss Noel, look at all my drawings. I've done so many.
Have you read the book I gave you? Have you had a chance to look through it?
Yeah, I started.
You sound so different.
I got COVID the other day.
This is not going to be a productive conversation.
Yeah, I got COVID about a month ago, and it did a bunch of different stuff to me. And my voice sounds like this.
You de-COVID. It's like some weird form of pox.
His face is all swollen.
Yeah. Bart's been struggling with a lot of new
issue.
You like dragons, Miss Noel?
Well, Noelle's gonna just check in with Bert and spend an evening talking with him, see how he's doing, play music for the kids, have some dinner with them, check in with Deity to see how she's doing, how things have been.
Yeah, Deity's like, well, after your last visit, things have been a lot better, and John just came back a few days ago with all these plans to renovate and till the fields outside. I mean, this is the best things have been in years for us.
Well, you all deserve it. This place is, a beacon of hope out here. So
Like a big chunk of wood like snaps off out of the rafters, just falls to the ground next to you in the lobby. And he's like, I'm looking forward to the end of that.
well, I'm glad things have been going well, and I really hope that Bert gets over whatever is going on with him. His face is really swollen.
I'm really afraid it's permanent.
Boy, it better not be.
I mean, he'll never get adopted like this, but he'll always have us.
Yes, you will.
Hi, Bert.
You hate this child now. You're like, why did I adopt
Oh, God.
Bert? Get out.
It says that he had such a like an adorable start, and now he's turned into Carl Weezer. He had this tragic. He's like, oh, my dad died from a dragon, and now he's just Carl Weezer.
Oh my god.
Guarantee you this, I'll never forget his voice again.
Nope. Never. None of us will.
I will go through and get some clips for you, Plot, so you can go back and listen. This is why we archive things.
Thank you. That's so kind.
Yep, that's the reason he's doing it, because it's kind.
I just love Keith's reaction.
The fucking deflation.
Just fucking
It's so
dumb.
real.
Fuck me for trying to have an emotional moment with an orphan.
I'm not allowed to be emotional here.
Apparently.
This is Freeport. You should have known better.
This is Helmford.
Sorry, my bad.
I will also tell John, I wish I had something productive to say about this. I did get your letter, obviously, but I will keep my eyes open while I'm up in Freeport. I assume you'll be up there too at some point in the near future. And
Yeah, I was gonna head back in about a week.
okay. Yeah, I'll keep my eyes open. I haven't heard anything, but I also have not really been doing much but staying at the Presidium, so I'll start listening around and seeing if I hear anything about the cartel or about this drug problem.
Okay.
And
Well,
I'll let everybody else know.
I told Bram I'd let you guys know and see if we had any way to look into it.
Okay. Also, out of character question, what does CAA stand for?
It is the Common Auxiliary Association.
Oh, I don't think I ever wrote that down. I never knew why. Okay.
The full name is the HH&N-CAA, which is referring to Helton, Heron, and Nadrasis, the founders. The Common Auxiliary Association. Basically the local adventuring guild.
Right.
Although, given that it is not actually a guild, it is just referred to that colloquially, and Bram does not necessarily love the nickname of guild. He doesn't love the association, but it's just, people call it what it is. It's like, call it a guild. It's not a guild. Freely associating confederacy of fellows in action.
Not a guild, Dad.
Association.
All right. Well, I guess I'm done in Helmforth, I suppose.
Okay, yeah. Was there anything that you did you actually want to do anything else with Bert? Just because I know.
I wanted to see if he got his toy. I wanted to see if he was, at all studying magic, or if he was even interested in that, or if he was focusing more on art, and see if I could help him with any ways with that, or buy him something that might help him.
Okay. Yeah. I will say, without Carl Weezering on you, he definitely.
Is there any way I can be nice to this kid without talking to him?
He definitely hasn't read much of the magic book. Like he started, he says, but he can only really like repeat back like the first chapter. The rest of it, I think you would probably get the sense is maybe just a little bit over his head at this age. Like give it another year, and he'll
That's kind of
probably
what I
be
was
like,
thinking.
"Oh, I can try." The fact that he can read it all is impressive for an orphan.
Especially when his eyes are swollen shut like that.
Yeah. That made it really hard to read the book too, by the way.
Never gonna stop.
He definitely appreciates the toy. It was very, very kind of you, and he was very excited. Like as soon as you walked in the door, he like runs up to you with it in his hand. He's just like, Miss Noel, look, I got it. And he would definitely want to like show you all of his drawings and all the other stuff that he's been working on. The wall to his room is just like plastered with the drawings, and a lot of them do depict dragons of various sorts and colors. And there's a sequence of drawings that he's very proud of that he shows you like right by the door. That through his explanation, you learn is a depiction of his dad's last adventure, where he was eaten by the dragon and is now fighting his way out from inside.
That's so sad.
That is so sad.
And see here, the dragon's flying, but my dad's still inside. But then he's gonna cut his way out, and then he's gonna come back, and he's gonna pick me up, and then we're gonna go kill the dragon.
Well, I'll keep my eyes open for him, Bert. What was his name? Do you remember?
Dad.
Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Well, where do you live at, Timmy? At home?
Okay. Yeah, I'll spend time with Bert, and then I'll head back the next morning, pretty early.
That's fair. Bye, Miss Noel.
See you, Bert. I'll give him a hug.
Give you a big hug back. Noel will be back in Freeport by late afternoon on the 53rd. What's the rest of the party doing? Anything big? Until
Is it my go?
if
Go
you would
for
like
it.
to go, take a turn.
Okay, I think Burberry is like shell shocked for a second because this is like, how many months have we been traveling with each other? This is the first time he's been like by himself doing crap.
It's been a long time, yeah.
So first he's gonna go shopping, and I'll send you a list if you could get me an estimation on how much that stuff would cost. That'd be great.
God damn.
I want to see this list now.
Jesus Christ.
It's a good list.
I have a feeling it's a big list.
No, it's not super big. It's a short list. That's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would object to the use of the D&D wiki.
That's why I said if possible. If it's not,
Yeah.
I'll find something.
I would
else.
object if this was anything but a common item.
Yeah, no, I wasn't even looking for like major nonsense because like I was like, yeah, I'm only gonna even suggest this because it's not super like combat useful.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Do you remember what I charged you for the cold box that you had made? I'd say this is probably comparable.
50? It wasn't expensive.
Yeah, I'd say this is probably similar.
Okay.
The rest of it.
I'll even buy 50 for that one thing that barely makes sense but is weirdly useful.
No, I see the utility there. We'll call that one 52, and then honestly, I think the magic stuff is all going to be about 50 each. So we'll say 150 there, and then the sundry items are probably going to be probably like 4 or 5 gold a pop.
Well, if it's 5, I'll pick up. I guess I'll pick up 10, just so that everything costs about the same.
Everything's 50, so 200 gold on
Easy
Burberry
math.
shopping list.
Such easy math.
Cool.
Okay, and then I would like to go to the conclave.
Okay. Yeah. So the Temple Viridia is the Conclave's primary base of operations in Freeport. It is smack dab in the center of Freeport at the intersection of Temple Street and Market Street. And it's a big, sprawling sort of temple complex. Like you've got sort of the cloistered abbeys of the residence where the clergy stay and live. You've got the gardens. You've got the main temple itself. There is a side building that's been converted into a bar, like a street-facing bar. It's just called the Holy Tap Room. You've been here a couple times before. Coming back, you are again struck by the scale of this place, and just kind of marveled the fact that this isn't even the Conclave's headquarters in the region. Hallowvale. It's purportedly an even grander site.
Oh, I want to go there so bad.
So, what are we wanting to do with the Conclave?
Okay, so 2 things. One, I would like to try and do some research on what possible condition that what's her name? I've got this. I wrote it down. Susanna? To see if there's any literature on Susanna's condition.
Okay. Is there anything else that we're looking for while we're here?
Yeah, but I have to talk to some people before I do that because it would be contextual.
Let's start with Susanna then, and go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Can I talk to a librarian for advantage?
Sure.
Who's Susanna? Or do we not know?
The Gunda sister.
Yes.
It's Demon Child.
Gotcha.
Oh my heavens, it wouldn't have helped. I rolled a 1 and an 8.
Oof.
And you said investigation?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whopping average 10.
I think a lot of the difficulty lies in the fact that you don't have much more than your brief time spent with her to really describe the condition.
Oh, actually, sorry. Do you mind if I re-roll that advantage dice? I picked up my 1d20 that goes from 1 to 10 twice. Because I have one of those. Don't ask me why. I do not know.
That doesn't seem like a very useful dice.
Well, so what we did, or what I did at some point was I put dots over half of the numbers, so the ones with dots are plus 10, but it looks like they got rubbed off a little bit.
Yeah, probably should re-roll the dice that can't roll higher than 10. That's probably correct.
Maybe a little. Well, that was much better, so it's 21.
Okay.
I'm going to reapply these dots while we're done.
Okay.
The librarian realizes they're in the wrong section. They're like, oh, that's not, we're not finding anything.
Oh, you want child possession. This was all animal possession.
So you're initially struggling to describe the condition, right? And the librarian is sort of unclear on what you're really asking about. It's like, is this an issue of possession? Are you running into something? Is this something that maybe the conclave should be made aware of, or is this just a curiosity? Like, it's a conversation that doesn't feel like it's going anywhere until you mention something over the course of this description, and you see the librarian, who is this relatively tall halfling fellow. He suddenly he gets this expression on his face like, oh, you're asking about the Gate Watches, girl.
Oh, okay. I thought that there was a big secret. I feel better now.
Well,
that was out of character, not
a very well kept one. And what he will tell you is, well, he is not clear on the particulars. He has gleaned through some conversations with associates within the conclave and with a couple of people in the wardens who are also close to the matter, that the situation with the girl, one of their trainees' sisters, ugly business. And frankly, widely disproved of by everyone he's asked. To his understanding, the Presidium performed a ritual on the girl. It's a ritual that they have performed a handful of times since the last incursion. In the absence of a proper cleric among their numbers or powerful healing magic that just is not widely available anymore, they performed a ritual to save her life after a demon attack back in Landor. And while the ritual saved her life, much like the other folk who have undergone such a ritual, it left them permanently changed and tainted by fiendish influence. The librarian is not sure where they learned it, if they just figured it out themselves, how they came across this practice, but they've used it a handful of times since the last incursion, and it is one of the principal reasons that the Presidium is not very well trusted in Freeport or in the surrounding region.
Not. What in the hell's going on in my house? Anyway, sorry. I'm getting like lots of weird high-pitched laughs coming from the living room.
For a second, I was like, "Is that Cat?" But no, she's right here.
Nope, that's come from my mic. Sorry. So there's not any sort of literature that I might look at to see if there's any way to like fix the problem or alter it so it's less fire prone.
Well, if there is any literature, it would probably have been penned by the good Marshal himself. But as far as I'm aware, no documentation of this practice around here. It's just sort of an ugly open secret.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'll be on my way to go talk to someone else about some other stuff, and it'll be fine.
Okay. Who do you want to talk to? What about?
Probably the. I have her name. Hooray for writing things, for once, because I don't normally do that. Mother Boldenell?
Oh, one of the head priestesses at the temple.
Yeah, she knows who I am because of that whole thing with
Mother Boldenil. Yes.
Severin.
Yeah. She definitely recognized you when you track her down. She's probably in the main sanctuary, just kind of like tending to the shrines and setting up the daily offerings at each of the individual little alcoves where the many statues of the new pantheon have been set up. Burberry, how good to see you.
Hi, it's been a while.
Yes.
I wasn't sure how to say this. I don't know who all was told about me.
She kind of furrows her brow, like, I'm sorry? I'm not following exactly.
Then that's probably a no. Is there somewhere that's not around a whole lot of other people that we could talk?
Of course. If you'd like to step back into my cell, we can sit down.
Thank you.
Got some leftover biscuits from the bakery down the street if you're hungry. Make some tea.
Oh, I love biscuits.
She'll take you back to her little apartment in the complex, and you guys can sit down at her table, and she'll get a kettle of tea going. So what seems to be the problem, brother? You all right?
Okay. It depends on who you're asking. I don't quite know how to explain this well, and you might want to be sitting down.
I'm sitting.
Okay, so there was an incident a while ago before I met you the first time that there was let's just say I dug into a hole that was not meant to be dug into. And I had some nasty side effects. He just like I'm not getting naked.
Burberry starts like unfastening the buttons of the robe. It's just like, brother Burberry. I appreciate your friendship, but I'm not sure. No. So you
Bottom of it.
disrobe.
So hi, I'm Burr, and I'm Barry.
I think Mother Boldenil was probably like halfway to taking a sip of her cup and just like stopped, like mouth just kind of agape. I just like, I'll confess, I'm not sure what I was expecting this to be about, but it certainly wasn't this.
It's very much a man walks into a bar and says "ow" scenario.
Right. You said this was. You can see her kind of thinking. This was a side effect of something that happens.
Side effect is the best way that I can describe it. I made contact with a god that was not in the fold yet.
Burberry.
Yeah, I mean, at the time it seemed it's actually sometimes still a good idea because some people that aren't part of the anyway, that's besides the point. Basically, I found out that he's not the nicest person on the planet, and switched my focuses elsewhere, and he threw a hissy fit, and this is the hissy fit.
Okay, to clarify, what exactly happened to you? Were you children trainees at the
Thank God I was not. If I was a child when this happened, it would have been so much worse. But no, and so Burberry gives her like the brief rundown.
So you're both
Burberry, yes. Yeah, I did lose a few inches, but that's neither here nor there.
Forgive me, this is a little hard to wrap my head around.
Trust, it was for me too. That's part of the reason that I
Sure,
fell off
yes.
the grid really hard.
I mean, I will say the platinum mask is a nice touch.
It was extremely lucky.
Would never have thought otherwise. This is certainly
Odd, strange, crazy.
unique.
Insert surprised expletive here.
How long has this been afflicting you?
About a year now?
Okay.
Question mark from Cat.
I mean, that was your backstory. I don't know how
No.
long.
So it was a couple of months before I started traveling with Noelle, but I always get kind of wibbly wobbly on how long the timeline is since we've started.
Right. I mean, you guys started about 140 something days ago. So.
And we met in Goshaphine, which is at least a week of travel down south, even further.
So yeah, I'll soft say a year.
Okay. So, a little while. She stops to think, and just kind of puts the tea down. Does anybody else know about this? Have you told anyone else?
Yes and no. So the party that I travel with knows, because that would just be asking for trouble. I mean, granted, I did ask for trouble for a very... Yeah, anyway, basically, I generally try not to tell people because I don't even know what I am right now, and the tendency of what is that, kill it, is rather high in my experience. But I believe the higher-ups know in the conclave.
You think they know?
Fey nonsense? Or not Fey nonsense, God nonsense. A underling of a god asked if I wanted the uppers to be made aware of my situation. I said yes.
Got it.
So,
Okay.
probably. I'm sorry, this is far more awkward than I was expecting it to be.
I wasn't expecting Brother the Cloth to take off his robe and reveal he was too young dragonborn in a trench coat.
Something worse.
Nowhere close to the next most likely thing on my agenda for the day. I'm sorry. It's
any thought you're having right now cannot be any worse than ones I've already had. So
I don't even know what it is. I wouldn't even know the first place to start helping with this. But if the higher ups know, I'm sure they're looking into it as best they can. Although I imagine they might do better with you actually present and able to help.
well, I do want to travel to Hollow Vale at some point. But there's always other things to do. But I'm mostly letting you know because I seem to find myself in Freeport more than I thought that I would. And I also was hoping to look through the library bit. From my understanding, as long as he's concentrating on keeping this effect up, this is my life. But there, I was curious if there was any additional literature.
Well, I don't know that we have much here that can help you, although I could certainly put a call out to Hollowvale and see if their archives might have something useful. I'm sure there has to be records of maybe not similar, but of other mishaps from an unauthorized contact. I'm sure the Court of Stars must keep records of some kind to that effect. And I think it's probably worth mentioning to you now, since we've touched on it. Obviously, you understand why the court and the conclave at large is so particular about how contacting outsiders is handled. I don't intend to lecture you about it, but if you did go against protocol, I would imagine there will be some sort of disciplinary action.
She might want to roll insight for Burberry trying to show the fact that he's still doing that.
Like, they both fucking just eyes dart directly to each other, like real strong side eye before looking directly back at her. For her part, she seems kind of preoccupied. There's a lot right now that has to be parsed, and she's not necessarily focusing her full attention on you.
Thank God.
She rolled a 2.
I'm really glad because I rolled a 5.
Yeah. That worked out for you. And she's just kind of thinking out loud here as much as she's informing you.
I've learned what could go wrong.
I don't imagine it will be a terribly severe reprimand given what you've gone through here, but I'm sure in the event that you are returned to regular duties, you very likely won't be assigned to the court in the future.
Honestly, I don't think I had much. I don't believe that the likelihood of me ending up on the court would have been very high in the first place.
Well, in any case,
The laughter's not bitter at all. Don't worry about it.
I do appreciate you opening up about this. I'm sure that must have been a nerve-wracking prospect.
I've been very lucky in which the people who do know have been far more accepting of it than I expected.
You've got good friends then.
They are wonderful friends.
And
even if they are so grating sometimes, but most part, absolutely wonderful.
well, I'm not sure what your experience with the conclave was before you came out to the coast, but from my experience at least, the people out here do genuinely want to help people, and they want to make things better. I don't think that you're going to find anyone in Hollowvale pushing for your excommunication or anything like that. You're not going to be, locked up or severely punished for this. I'm sure they'll want to help.
Burberry nods. Well, Burr and Barry nod. But yes, I figured I might tell you as a well, first to ask your recommendation in the library, and second because I seem to be here more often than I suspected, on the off chance that I slip up, because I am gonna probably try and keep this down where I can. But
Whatever puts you at the greatest ease. I think you're entitled to live however you are most comfortable.
okay, cool. Well, that was it. So, do you think you could recommend me some reading?
I will put out a call to Hollowvale. I'll see if I can't have something, if not brought here, at least found and prepared for you whenever you do make it out that way.
Thank you very kindly.
Of course.
That's how I'm wrapping up that conversation.
Cool. Well, that wraps up Burberry and Boldenil at the Temple of Iridia. Is there anything else that you want to do at the temple?
Yes, I wanted to by the way, there is a do you know the conclave branch that's in I can't remember any words ever. Daggermore? You know the Daggermore branch of the conclave?
I recall there having been a branch at one point, and then that island went tits up.
Well, there actually is still a branch there. It's very obviously a pretty bad state of disrepair. It's run by a dragonborn man named Elixros.
Elixros is still alive?
He's still alive. He's running the temple now.
He's never responded to a single sending.
Strange.
I could have sworn he had died. Well, that's good news. But
And he basically gives her a rundown of the temple at Daggermore.
she
And, like,
kind
how
of
weird
winced a
it's
little bit.
gotten.
She's like, that's concerning sounding, yeah.
I did donate some money to it to help fix the roof, but as far as branches go, it's a little bit, well,
Huh.
under siege.
Yeah, I might ask Hollowvale if they've heard anything from Elixros. That is very strange.
But since it was in a kind of interesting state, I thought I would give an update regarding its status.
That is good to know. Honestly, if I've got a spare spell slot at the end of the day, I might actually try and reach out to Elixros myself.
Would you like me to do it for you?
No. That it's quite all right.
It could have also been that he was busy. It's kind of loud in there.
It's been decades. I can't imagine he hasn't had a single spare moment in that time. Reach out.
That's fair. Daggermore is a bit, well, it's Daggermore.
It is.
Um,
Speaking of which, did you hear they caught Rand's Hall Bloodbeard the other day?
did they?
People were saying that they were bringing him in down at the wharf. I can't imagine.
Wow, that's stunning. Unexpected.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just
Oh,
thinking,
great.
like, the balls
Did
someone
they?
would have to raid Daggermore and just make off with a pirate lord. Not just any pirate, Bloodbeard of all people. You know, I mean, just you'd have to be mad.
Well, I'm sure that something was certainly going on through their heads. That's wow. Man, I mean, how long has he been in hiding? And yes, he will totally gossip with her about it, particularly because we had nothing to do with it.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, she's like, I don't know. I didn't even know he was in hiding. I just knew that he's had a bounty on his head for years now. And no one's ever been able to bring him in. And now all of a sudden, people are talking about seeing him down at the wharf. And not just him, like there's this Triton guy with him, and
I also heard a rumor that apparently that there was like some sort of like rearing of large or worshipping of large beasts, or was it there was some sort of weird religious practice going on there.
and I've heard all kinds of rumors about pirate cults and whatnot on Dagger. I imagine a lot of that is why the Conclave never really tried to reestablish a footing on the islands.
You really brought him in? Oh, wow.
It kind of worries me about Alexeros, honestly. If he's still around and kicking.
Well, right now he seems to be running a fighting ring, and he does seem very much enjoying it. The running of the ring, not the current state of the building.
That is.
I mean, it does make sense for the god that he's primarying, though.
What temple did they have there again?
I
Wasn't it?
I wrote God of War. How very specific, me. Thank you.
I suppose that tracks.
Nope, not that one.
It's funny. I've heard Beaz has been very, very uncommunicative lately.
Beazlewig? Witch?
Mhm.
Beazlewig? I can say it.
Yeah.
Very well.
She'll keep shooting shit with you about Daggermore and Alexeros and pirate cults. I don't think you're going to hear anything new or super enlightening there. Although she does definitely seem to be pretty torn about the Alexeros revelation. That does seem to bother her a little bit.
I will also describe the Dragonborn claim to be Alexeros to make sure that everything aligns.
No, that's him. That's definitely him. Just why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he call? Why would he never call? We're right here.
Just gonna get like the angry wife like slamming through the front door moment. Right to Daggermore.
Later that night, she sends to him 10 years of marriage, and you can't fucking call. No, no. She just seems preoccupied by that, and yeah, she lets you know. You know, she'll in addition to the stuff you're asking for, she'll reach out to Holloway and ask them about Alexeros and see if they've heard anything.
Cool.
Anything else at the temple?
Not at the temple. There was one like side little question that I had, so that's not actually required for time. When was Secundo and Rainier. When were they supposed to be leaving for?
After the solstice.
After the solstice. Okay.
After the solstice, yeah.
Maybe they might want someone to go with them to investigate this strange statue that's at the bottom.
Maybe. Yeah, after
Totally learned my lesson. How did you told?
after Gerald was basically, put on house arrest on account of having no armor, shit to go do adventures, their training definitely picked up the pace, just having him around. So they are now like on track to be out and doing Gatewatch stuff, just like him, within a month.
Question for Aloran. Did you ever like actually purchase him armor?
No, I've been like slowly. Well, I was giving Aaron money to buy him new armor. I'm not sure how much I've given so far, but I
think you gave a few hundred last time,
yeah,
and you did just drop an extra 2,000 in their laps each. So they've got money now.
yeah.
I will say, and even if that comes up in conversation, I think they will probably consider rearming Gerald.
How much is just like a thing of plate mail?
Well, a full suit of plate mail, a standard suit of plate mail is, 1,500.
Like 1,500 gold.
Yeah.
Okay,
And that's,
Aloran might actually buy that.
that's without any enchantments or any of the usual Gatewatch reinforcements.
Yeah, no, actually, Aloran will buy him plate mail. A new set of armor.
To
Or
be
maybe
fair,
she'll talk to Aaron.
she can buy them the armor and then they can enchant it since they do have a.
Exactly. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, the thing is, talking to Erin about it, she would tell you guys like it's. Gerald was walking around in heirloom armor. We haven't been able to make anything of that quality in a long time.
Mm.
Did she say that it was stolen by halflings at the night market? The
It
magical
was
black
the
market?
city up north.
It was stolen in Chaser. Gerald had been called up there by someone he thought was a contact, Torble Leafbelly, and in the hopes that he would be able to see some kind of magic mirror that may or may not have been Trinkle Pane. And Gerald never got to get to that meeting. He got like ambushed by this guy and like a whole gang of his buddies, and they just fucking jumped him in mass and took all the shit. And yeah, Aaron's description of the armor, if asking about it, it's like it was heirloom. It was very high end. This was the sort of stuff we used to wear, back before.
Back in the day.
Yeah, like this is legit Gatewatch armor. And unfortunately, I'm kind of wearing the only suit we have left like that. And I'm kind of stuck in it. We probably could arm Gerald again, but he would not be out working in the same capacity he was before. We used to be able to just send him out alone to handle shit because he was geared for it. Now,
Even with
not
like
so much.
enchanted plate mail, it wouldn't.
It would definitely be welcome, but it would not be the same. So not that we don't appreciate the idea, and if you really do want to make a gift of this to him, I'm sure he wouldn't say no. But I just wanted to warn you ahead of time before, you drop the money on it to make that happen.
I mean, I don't think it's like the worst idea in the world because then that could still help.
I'm sure he would appreciate the thought.
Cool. She'll take Gerald on an armor shopping spree.
Take Gerald armor shopping.
Yep.
Okay.
Have him try out here in the dressing room.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing in the dressing room.
I will say
They've been there for a while, haven't they?
There's a lot of
You just hear
straps.
chainmail like rustling
What kind of clanging
For, like,
noise coming from the dressing
15
room?
minutes. I would say Gerald would probably appreciate, like I said, appreciate the thought. There is like a bit of wistfulness as he's trying on new suits, and these are like modern styles of plate mail, but like they don't have the same sort of like the old school embellishments or etchings or anything like that. Like this is like more functional, like sleeker styles of plate mail, and he's trying it on. It's like, yeah, right, yeah, that fits, but there's still a wistfulness there. I'm just like, man, can't fucking believe I lost my good shit. It's like when you fall in the lava, you lose all your enchanted diamond shit, and then it's like, well, now I gotta start over. Great.
Yeah.
But he's still, he's very grateful for the thought, and if you really do want to buy him armor, like he's not going to stop you.
I will.
Because he definitely misses.
Yeah, Lauren will go ahead and do that. I mean, she has the money for it, so.
Sure, yeah.
And maybe she'll ask if they
Early
can.
solstice present.
Yeah. Or maybe she'll like buy it and then ask them to like engrave it and stuff for him. Make it a little nicer looking.
I mean, how fancy you want to get with these engravings?
What type of engravings? If she was just like, oh, hey, look at this book of engravings. What do you like?
Well, I like
Maybe
the
this
ones
one that says property of a Lauren.
destructible, but the swirly plant stuff here is pretty nice too, I guess.
Okay, cool. Swirly plant stuff, please.
Okay, wait, no. Put the lattice thing here. That's nice too. Ooh, and the skull.
You heard the man.
Yeah, the smith is just like, yes, sir, Mr. Watcher, sir, and takes down the order, and that'll be ready in a few weeks.
Okay. And would it be 1,500 or would there be more?
With the etchings, we'll say like 16.
16.
Yeah.
Oh, and then she'd probably drop tell Gerald. Oh, by the way, Adler's coming into town in a few days.
Oh, is he?
Just to let you know.
Is this your way of apologizing preemptively? You buy me a nice set of armor. Oh, by the way, Adler's coming.
No, I meant to tell you earlier, but I kind of slipped my mind.
No, that's fine.
No, I've been honestly funding this for a while now, so.
So you gonna be staying with us, or
I'll be probably staying with y'all.
Hmm?
I'll probably stay with y'all, though. Probably on some of my nights of pure drunkenness, I'll stay away so I don't wake up Gideon, and then he doesn't.
Well, I mean, Gideon barely sleeps, but I'm sure he'd appreciate the consideration.
Yeah, because I bet I'll be a hot mess sometimes.
Well, you let me know how that goes.
But yes, I'll probably be here most nights.
Sure. Well, thank you again for the armor. It's very kind of you. Putting that pirate money to good use.
Big spender over here now.
Yeah.
Speaking of spending money, I have a small thing.
Yeah.
So I will say very early, probably the first day of our downtime, Noelle is going to write a note to the Bank of Himalar.
We are not letting this go.
I will, well, there's a reason. I will write it specifically addressing it to the clerk that I sort of, blew up on. And I'll just throw it in my bag, because you can do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just specify who it's for.
Okay.
And it will be an apology letter saying, I was really going through a lot of stuff. It was a very stressful time. It was just a lot of stuff going on in my life, and apologize for my conduct, blah, 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 all that stuff.
Shaking her head at you right now.
Well, I'm glad that Lauren does not know.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely a thing you can just stuff in your
Yeah,
bag.
so I've stuffed that in my bag, and eventually when it stops being able to be pulled out, assuming they received it,
I think you would probably at some point feel a pretty like hefty envelope in its place in your bag of savings.
Okay. I'll check it out.
Yeah. So it's a pretty full envelope. There is a letter from the clerk herself that basically is just like a thank you for your letter. I appreciate your apology and forgive you. I understand that the bank's policy when you first purchased or set up your account, but I understand it's not the first time it's happened, and the bank does wish to do its best to serve the people of Vergos as best it can. And that letter is wrapped around a pretty thick pamphlet that looks to be like kind of a Himmler bag of savings like ad leaflet. That's just like, this is how our accounts work. And it's just like a nice, thorough.
Here's all the rules that we don't tell you when you sign up.
Yeah, that we should have told you when you signed up.
Okay, so once that goes through, Noelle would go to the Bank of Himmler in Freeport and talk to some representative about potentially going through the Montalban branch, hiring someone to be her representative when land development and purchasing is going on in Montalban. Because there's a lot of land that's up for grabs now.
Oh, you saw the headline then, did you? And he'll actually hold up a newspaper and pass it over to you. And this is the week, this first week after you've been back. You would see that the front page does have a large headline: "Freed Montalban draws first speculator."
Mm-hmm.
And you would recognize a name very early in the article, Vamiat Brynbor, one of the 7 heroes that led the charge to free Montalban from its 100 years curse, has spent his reward buying the deed to a ruined lighthouse on the edge of Morin.
Oh.
Yeah. And blah, 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 blah. Brynborn has a starting memorial, blah, blah, blah. Hidkey of Vertichel and the adventuring group lost their molds, could not be reached for comment, blah, blah, blah. There's a brief mention of your group in there, but none of you by name.
Sure. I just want to get someone who, I can use through the Bank of Himmler to act as my representative when it comes to auctioning and lands are starting to be sold up there.
Oh, well, I'm sure that we can get that processed for you if you're looking for a broker to keep you. I suppose, will you be wanting notifications then as things are coming up? How do you want to conduct it? Like, he'll want to clarify, like, what is it that you actually want this person to do for you?
I think my optimal setup here, I think Noelle's probably going to be pretty removed from it. I would trust that they would, do everything necessary. Like, the bank would know what may be a good purchase, what may be a bad purchase. And basically, I just want to say, here's a budget, and that's how much you guys get to just purchase land for me on my behalf.
Okay, yep. I guess as far as what kinds of land, he would probably say, when we do brokerage, we generally want some form of guidance just so that we have something to refer back to as far as what it is you're looking for on these investments. So are you looking for land that looks good as a real estate investment? Are you looking for land as a resource investment? Are you looking for...
I would say, that's
specific
mostly
resource.
what I'm going for. Like, top two would be development, like for buildings or whatever might end up being able to be built there, and resources would be second.
Okay. And then is there any specific resources in mind? Are we thinking mineral rights, timber, water?
No caves.
No? Okay. Cool. So he'll take down all your information. He'll get the proper paperwork set up for you, and he'll probably have you like sit down with another member of the branch here who's like a broker overseer, and you can take a day to like get all this stuff sorted out and get that ready for you. And all right, cool. Well, you are fully processed. This contract should then be sent off to morning branch, and we will keep you abreast. Yes, and then have any developments with regards to your new portfolio and future investment opportunities. So, pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Noel. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My brain legitimately went back to when Roxy started establishing a school. Like, yeah, we played do to do this.
These are real people. I will say probably around this time, we'll probably be hitting the 57th. Any common magic items that were commissioned will have been completed by this date. So you can safely say that any of your common magic items are in your inventory and ready to go. Sets up brokerage.
I'd say right now Lauren is probably wearing the thing of non-detection, and she's not using the moonsicle at the moment.
She's what?
She's not using the moonsicle at the moment. She's
got the amulet on.
Yeah.
Okay. On this day, while Noel is at the bank, Lauren, I think that Adlar and Doto would arrive in Freeport. So you know the Ascending Stone. They are still
there's not
here yet.
Okay, I was just curious.
Although you would also see. Actually, no, that's not this week. It's newspaper headlines.
Oh, okay. I was like, excuse me.
It's newspaper headlines. No. This week's primary headlines was the Monty speculation, and then there was another one. The Bayland body snatchers are still large.
Bayland body snatchers?
Yeah, so settlements across the Verdant Vale and the Baylands have seen an uptick in grave disturbance and grave robbery since Eridath, so months ago. No suspects have been identified yet. Nighttime watches of cemeteries have failed to yield any leads despite numerous alleged sightings. And the purpose of these body snatchers is still speculative. Many fear necromancy, but the lack of undead appearing anywhere in the vicinity of these caused some to worry that it might be cannibals or something worse. Ooh. But yeah, there's not a lot to speak on as far as that story goes. It looks like it's been an ongoing issue for a while now, and just nothing's come of it.
So she'd get a message from Adlar?
Yeah, you get a message from Adlar like the day he's due to arrive. He'd be like, "Hey, we're going to be pulling in. Where you at?
Where are you at?
I'm on a boat.
What dock?
I'm on a boat.
Fucking dock.
Where do you think I am?
Oh my god.
I'm at the docks. Soon. I'm on the boat."
Lauren probably just go find the docks.
Yeah, he doesn't fucking know
'Cause
what
he has
dock
no
he's even
fucking
pulled
idea,
into.
so-
They're just going to go to whatever's open,
Yes.
presumably.
So she'll just kind of be chilling at the docks drinking, probably.
He'd probably be able to give you a time just because like they'd have an estimate.
Okay.
But at that point, it's just like, well, I have no sendings left. So whenever I get to shore, I'll just start looking around.
Got it.
And yeah, you guys will be able to hook up over the course of that afternoon, and he'll see you. He's got like a little bag over his shoulders. He's, for the first time you've ever seen him wearing anything other than his like hunting garb with like the kind of the loose shirt and the baggy short / skirt thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
He's literally just wearing like a pair of work pants and a button-down shirt that he's got like rolled up, and like a little fucking cap. He's like, "Aloren!"
He's like, "Who the fuck are you?"
You come to the mainland, you just depart, yes? And he pulls you in a big hug. Dodo's right behind him, and Dodo's wearing like a weird mix of like Freeport, like slacks, but he's also got like one of those big dashiki shirts that they wear in Feral over it, and he just kind of gives you like a, hey, what's up?
Oh, we can't hug Dodo? Are we not friends?
Okay,
Come
yeah,
hug Dodo
okay,
now.
sure.
She'll give him a hug.
He'll pat. And yeah, Adlar's just like, cool, so we're here. Now what?
I think I'd be like, well, we can find you a place to stay, and then we can drink and catch up.
Yeah, that sounds about good. Yeah, let's shit, where do we stay? And he's like looking around, kind of overwhelmed, it looks like, for a moment. Just there's so many people, and the buildings here are, stories and stories taller than anything on Feral.
Well, she'll get them a room in like a comfortable establishment.
Okay. Yeah, he's like, this is such these swanky digs. Almost feels like home. So, how's the beer here? Better or worse than home?
I don't know. What's better? I think she'd be like, I don't know. There's a lot of variety here. Probably more so than on Feral.
That's true. We don't really import much. It's all local.
So you can try as much as you want. And you can make that decision for yourself.
I like trying things. Let's go. Yeah, you guys want to hit a bar and
Yeah.
start
Is Dodo
catching
coming with us?
Yeah, Dodo will come.
Okay.
Although he's definitely like got that real strong third wheel energy.
Oh, poor Dodo.
Yeah, I mean, more than Adlar, he definitely seems overwhelmed by the city. It's a lot to
I
take in.
think she would take them more to a quiet place, like maybe go get lunch and a drink and
Show them the sandwiches.
Would you?
go get some sandwiches.
Okay, yeah. So you guys like head through the freeholds, like those dense little neighborhoods on the northwest side or northeast side, and towards the base of the hill with Beligway Academy up top. And Adlar, like the whole time, just like looking around, just like big smile on his face, like, damn, there's just so much to see. Dodo is much more like just kind of watching one person after another. Just like, excuse me. Oh, sorry. Just like
I
not
think
sure
she'd be
where to
like,
walk.
Don't apologize, Dodo. No one apologizes. We're all assholes here.
Sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry.
Yeah, don't be sorry. Show them harder, honestly. They deserve it.
Adlar takes that opportunity to shove you off the sidewalk into a big puddle.
She'll shove him right back.
Yeah, you guys get some big saucy sandwiches and they're delicious. And Adlar is like, okay, they got nothing like this at home. That's good.
I think when there's a free moment, I think she and Dodo like maybe went to the bathroom or something.
Mm.
I think she'd bring up the appointment tomorrow that she made and be like, hey, so we're trying to figure out if there's a way to help Dodo. And there's some people at the academy, which is actually like right up there, and they want to talk to Dodo tomorrow.
Oh, the castle up there? That's a school?
That's a magic school.
Oh,
and there's two
very
professors
fancy.
that specialize in Fae and memory, and they want to see if they can help. But
Isn't that convenient?
yeah. Well, I figured it'd probably be better if it came from you, maybe, since you're his closer friend than just me, who I met. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's doing all right, I mean, he ran out of the little boba things probably 3 weeks ago or so. And he's been holding up pretty good. Okay. There is Dodo. Hey, what are you guys talking about? He says the castle have people who know magic.
She's just like, face palms. She's like, okay, never mind, shut the fuck up.
Do you want to learn magic from the castle, Dodo?
That is not. I'm not trying to get your hopes up here, Dodo. Okay, but
I'm not listening to him. I get it.
Okay,
This is not it. What is he actually talking about?
So, I've been doing research for the past like week or so, talking with people,
Mm.
and there's a couple people in the academy, professors that study memory and fae creatures, and they would like to talk to you to see if maybe they can try to find a solution. I don't want to get your hopes up. They're not sure, but it might be worth trying if you're willing.
I mean, I'm not opposed. Sure. I doubt they're gonna have anything, but fucking maybe.
Yeah, whatever. Cool. Well, it's tomorrow, so we can have a night full of fun or relaxation, whatever you guys want, and then tomorrow we
Is
just.
this one of those things where I can't eat or drink after midnight, or
No,
can
no,
I...
you can go ham and thing like that.
Okay. Cool. He's like,
I
they're
do
not that
want to
kind.
do a colonoscopy, so be ready
Yeah,
for
not
that.
Be warned.
All right, Doto, you're going to start feeling very sleepy. Count backwards from 100.
After shut the fuck up. She'll just like smack him like, oh my god. How do you deal with him all the time?
Like that, honestly.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Abuse works, got it.
And as he says, they'll just like on the shoulder. And yeah, they'll gladly just hang out, vibe, drink, eat,
Yeah.
see the city, whatever you want to show them.
Yeah, no, she'll give him like a brief tour, and then whatever they want to see, she'll end up taking them there and stuff.
Yeah.
They can make a itinerary.
Sure, yeah.
Freeport.
So I guess you take them kind of on a loose lap through Freeport. You know, show them the Temple District, which Adlar is not super interested in. Neither is Dodo, honestly. Head down to the Iron Wharf, you know, kind of shipping industrial area.
Mhm.
Adlar is definitely kind of like intrigued by all the machinery, and Doto does kind of seem to be interested in what's happening behind a lot of the chain link fences, kind of watching people,
Mhm.
you know, handling these massive crates and all the machinery back there. There's some intrigue there. They've seen the waterfront. That's where they disembarked. And you know, you can show them the Green Keep. You know, Adlar's like, oh, is this where you work? Oh, we should stop in and say hello.
Anyways, move along.
You are Queen of my Lawrence.
Oh god.
Start pulling away. And
We can come back later. Oh,
Uh,
actually, no. You should meet Alexi. I think Alexi would love to meet you. Just to go fuck with
I would
Alexi.
love to meet Alexi.
He's my boss.
Who is Oh, your boss?
Yeah, she'll totally spring up on Alexi. Be like, "Yay, Alexi is Alexi in today?"
Yeah, I think he's actually talking with a couple of conservators
Oh damn.
right now. But I
Never
mean, if you want to wait for him,
With him, no.
I
We're
would
going.
love to wait. Yes,
No.
please. Let me meet this Alexi.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to go on today,
Oh yeah. She'll just
sure.
fuck with him. Real quick.
You head down Angler's Landing, and you know, along the red strip with all the river boats and you know, whorehouses, and the whole time Adlar's just like tapping Dodo on the shoulder, like, "Hey, we go get you anybody you like here, my friend.
Wait,
Take your pick. Take your pick."
wait.
It's all these
What
like fucking whorehouses
Oh.
and shit on the waterfront.
Okay.
Dodo's like, "Bro, no, come on, quit making this weird."
I won't judge you, Dodo. It's okay.
Yeah, we won't judge you, Dodo. We're here for you. Whatever you need. One last hurrah before they take you apart at the castle.
Oh my god. Adlar.
Dodo's like, "Oh my god, shut the fuck up." Yeah, I mean, I think
Just pure king.
they definitely seem intrigued by Market Street and the Iron Wharf. Dodo or Adlar's talking a lot of shit about Angler's Landing, but doesn't actually show much initiative. Like, yeah, let's go hang out at the whorehouses. Like, he's not actually interested.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're down to explore, you know, a couple districts of town later. And yeah, if you guys want to spend the night fucking catching up and drinking,
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Adlar definitely wants the full story about like what the fuck happened on Daggermore, because what he's heard has been very piecemeal.
Like, I don't know if I should go fully into it, but she'll pretty much tell him everything besides all the people she fucked.
Real deception.
rolled a 7 plus 2.
9. He also rolled a 9.
He's just like,
You guys are both like pretty tipsy, and he's like, "Oh, is that all you did at in the Jagger place?
yeah. That's
No, no, no."
You're telling me you were a dagger boy?
He's strong. And neither of you really makes any
What was that,
real
Burberry?
headway or hiding
I
anything.
said, are you telling me you were a dagger boar?
If he was like, oh, you didn't fuck anybody, she'd be like, oh, you really want to know? You really want to know?
You're not a single soul. You did nothing else but work all day.
I mean, I fucked pirate lords for work, so.
What? You the fuck you did.
I fucked Segan and Pie.
Don't bullshit me.
I'm not bullshit.
You are full of shit.
Is he gonna roll
I
inside?
know a bullshitter when I hear her.
He just refuses to believe it now.
He don't bring the bullshit.
What?
But yeah, you guys can catch up and fuck around. Your first night back. It is 9:30. I say let's take our break here.
Okay.
Be back in 10 and pick up from there. We'll probably be getting close to the holiday time.
All right, switching to break. right, we're back then.
All right, we're back. So, you guys have more or less finished the first week of downtime. At the end of this week, we have a double whammy of holidays. On
Double
the
whammy.
60th, the last day of the month, is Granagrim, which is Coor's holiday. Like most holidays, it is a celebration of the day that he was conjuncted and joined the new pantheon. And Coor's Day is very much a very festive, exuberant, all-night sort of rager. A lot of places put emphasis on different aspects of Coor. Very common to this particular holiday. There is a focus on pranks, on tricks, if you will.
I don't think anyone in the party is interested in pranks.
No.
And tricks.
Okay, cool. Moving on.
I think I probably skip this one.
The Lord screeching in the back.
We're just dragging her into the Presidium.
Yeah. It's my day! Let me out!
You're gonna get someone killed.
Oh, yourself.
What god did you say?
Just a random bear running through the streets.
This is cool.
All right.
Okay, you
I
are
heard there's something else.
one of the death gods.
You know, it's Father Severus's thing.
Real quick.
We all love Father Severus.
Because that's the 60th. So what happens at the meeting with Dodo and the...
Oh, okay, yeah. Probably should
Real
clarify
quick,
that.
yeah. What happened there?
All right, before we do holiday stuff,
Sorry.
let's do
Technically, that was
boring.
Do a
Before.
summary. It's fine.
This NPC was dealt with fucking 3 quests ago. We don't care about him anymore.
So, but no, we gotta go straight back to the plot.
So before Granagrim, Dodo has his appointment with Professor Flosham and Professor Aldasterman. And they have sort of a precursory little interview with him. They kind of get establish a rapport and talk to him a bit about what he's been through and what his symptoms are and like how this all came to pass as far as he understands it. Get his firsthand account. And then they proceed to cast a handful of spells on him, which he agrees to. He doesn't seem like super phased. He's still got kind of the same sort of distant demeanor that he's had since this all changed. This change all happened to him.
Okay.
And they proceed to kind of inspect him with a number of sort of low-level spells, stuff like detect magic, detect thought, recall. They do a handful of basic magic to kind of get a baseline on what's going on there. And from that first meeting, there's not a lot as far as actionable information that's gathered. Although Professor Flosham will probably note, and I think Dodo would recount this for you. Flosham would have told him privately, but he doesn't really have a lot of feeling about it one way or the other, so he'd probably share this with you afterwards. Flosham told him that while they were running detect thought on him, that they did feel an interesting sort of absence. Generally, there's a lot of noise with that sort of spell, and it takes some work to kind of delve deeper.
Mm-hmm.
And Dodo had significantly less of that noise. It was a lot easier to get deeper with him, but there wasn't much to see when they did go deeper, which to her does line up with what you recounted the gatekeeper had told you about his condition. Aldasterman, the Fey Studies department head, he is in more of an observer sort of role for a lot of this. But he's feverishly taking notes and is definitely like pressing Dodo on like as many little details as he can about his experience. And after the whole thing, this first appointment is done, they would probably tell your group like, Dodo does seem to be a very anomalous case of memory loss, and for as long as he's in town, I would love to continue to meet with him and conduct more tests and see what more we can learn about this situation he's in. Again, I don't know how much we can learn, but I hope we can learn enough for this to be worthwhile. And Aldasterman will chime in and say that he plans to reach out to as many associates of his in his field as he possibly can to try and get some insight into what might be at play here as far as the Fey influence goes. He is just stricken, like almost there's like an underlying giddiness that he's having to suppress over the course of this whole thing, because he is just like,
oh, poor Dodo.
This is fucking fascinating to him.
Okay.
Because he has never heard of anything like this happening before. So he is very eager to continue this process as well.
What's Dodo's reaction?
Dodo's just kind of there, honestly. Like, he's... I think he probably mentions afterwards, like, man, they were really into that, huh? Like,
they're
kind of
hot for nerd
unfazed.
shit.
Yeah. He's like, is this what everyone on the mainland is like? Because they're kind of intense.
No, I think this whole situation for them is very fascinating because they're like philosophers and shit. So this type of shit for them is probably like gold.
They're going to make a lot of money off of you, Dodo. Don't you worry. You're about to secure grant funding for the next 3 years of their research. Dodo's like, oh, cool. Glad I could help.
Well, if you're interested,
Can we go get her a sandwich? That shit was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dodo's very just kind of blasé and unfazed.
That makes
Very, very subdued emotional reaction, which I think Alar will probably confide in you. Like, yeah, I think that Candy, he had really had an impact. He's been really leveled out. Even though he's like, it's been like, no change, unflappable.
Yeah. It's like a candy of calming, so.
He had like a month's supply of it.
Yeah. Did he run out of it?
Oh no, he's been out for like 3 weeks.
And he's still just.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's good. I'm
Part
glad.
of me wonders if you could not like kill his family and he would be like, oh, damn, that wasn't cool.
Oh, that's so fucking.
I'm just saying, he is.
Here, how about this? I actually have a spell
unflappable.
where I can like pretend to murder you and you'll look dead for an hour. We can see if we can do it for the thing.
Oh shit, that's coming up. Oh
Yeah,
my God,
we can do that for that. I pretend to kill you in front of Dodo and then you'd be dead.
5 minutes ago, you're going, poor Dodo. Just like, I'm gonna kill you in front of Dodo and see what
I
happens.
knew someone was gonna die.
Honestly, it could be a Lauren. It could be.
Someone's going down.
Or maybe you can pretend to kill me.
Hey, look, we can workshop this, but somebody's going to die violently. It's going to be awesome.
Oh my god, you're both nerds.
Yep.
So,
Cool. Then
the researchers are very enamored with Dodo and would like to continue studying.
I guess if Dodo's down, I mean that's up to him.
Yeah, sure. Toto's chill.
Okay.
He's not.
Who doesn't care?
Yeah. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I guess they'll just keep going, I guess.
He's very calm.
Maybe too much candy.
Well, not for 3 weeks.
So, Granigrim is rolling around at the end of the month here, and I'd say you probably would have already seen some decorations up around Freeport, even as far back as the week of your arrival. But now that it is like day of, it is all over the city. There's a lot of streamers and banners, like fake cobweb shit that's like strung up between lamp poles, that kind of thing. Lots of like carved masks on display, like vampires and wolves and demons, and all kinds of spooky, unseemly eldritch creatures that are just kind of adorning doorways, like you would hang a wreath or something. And on the day of, lots of people are sort of walking around in some of their most extravagant and dour clothing. Lots of black, lots of lace, lots of chains, and spiked little bracelets and chokers, and pops of color, and very vivid patterns. Like it's very Beetlejuice, right? And it's probably the most spirited you've seen Freeport, which is saying something because it's a big, busy city. But people really get into it around here. And I'm curious to know, what does the party do to celebrate Granigrim?
I've
If
got
anything.
some plans, so if anybody else has
Lauren's going
anything.
last. Go.
I have one she's gonna do before nighttime. But
So I was gonna say, it's not necessarily tied to Grand Grim, but this kind of sounds like the first big day we'd have where we're not committed to enchanting all day.
True.
And in that case, Noelle would like to get in touch with the Burberry.
Oh shit.
So probably sometime in the morning, Burberry would get a sending from Noelle that says, "Would you mind coming to my room? I have some stuff I want to talk to you about."
Hold on, let me get dressed. Yes, sir, just give me like 10 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah, so Burberry will pop up.
sure.
And
And
Cat put her glasses on.
so I'll say Burberry walks in and sees that Noelle's like sitting at her desk, and there are just like tons of books stacked up on the desk that she's been going through. That you can see are just like, it looks like encyclopedias and like informational books about like animals and creatures that she's been reading.
Ooh.
And she'll say, Burberry, I had some stuff I wanted to go over with you. How are you enjoying the vacation so far, though?
I admit it's well, it's been mostly enjoyable. It's been a little trippy having, well, none of y'all to talk to for a few days.
It has been weird how we've
Right?
just kind of all been silent for so long. We haven't talked to each other really.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The amount of sandwiches that I have had to eat in the last 3 days has been astounding.
Those were so good. I mean, the thing is, though, I've just been like so exhausted because this enchanting stuff takes like all day, and it's like I have a lot of respect for that shit because that is not easy to do.
Yeah, it has been a little time consuming. I did I did a little bit of research at the library during that time, and unfortunately it didn't come to any. Anyway, that's not besides here or there. What have you been working on specifically that you need my help with? Or
Two
do you need
things.
my help with something?
I do. Two things, though. First, I have a question for you. So, your birthday is coming up, as is Winter's Crest, or not Winter's Crest. That's Critical Role. What is it? The winter solstice.
Yes, I'm surprised you're here.
Well, I'm thinking ahead because I had some ideas of what to get you, but I wanted to ask first because it would be kind of a big purchase, which I'm happy to do, but I know some people don't like big purchases being made for them without them knowing ahead of time. So I wanted to ask first. Specifically, I've heard you talk before about like booklets that can, when you write in one, it shows up in the other. And I've always thought it was a really cool idea, but I was looking around and I don't think it exists. But now that I'm learning a little bit about enchanting, I might be able to make one for you if I find some people to help me. Is that something you want?
I hadn't actually thought about it before. That would actually be very useful, I think.
I thought you might get some use out of that. It seems right up your alley.
Very much so. I could. Oh, I could send. I could give one to the bank, and he's clearly joking.
You give one to what? Sorry?
The bank.
The bank?
Yeah, so whenever I have large deposits, it's just.
Perhaps we could show them the prototype and they could invest in that kind of technology.
This will be the second time your character's patented something.
But if that is interesting to you, I would love to get something like that. It won't be a surprise, I suppose, obviously, but it would be... I just think it would be a great gift for the kind of stuff you do.
I would adore it. Would it be possible to make more than one? I could help if you need it.
It would be expensive to make more than one. Very expensive.
That's fine. I've already thrown my money at the problem.
But yes, I think that could happen. It would take some time too. If we were to make more than one, it might have to be purchased instead of crafted. I don't know. I'll have to ask some questions and see what I can find once I'm done with the armor and the Lauren's tattoo.
Question for the DM, because I guess it would also be a question for Pete. So is the money that you usually put into crafting such things, like, does the money disappear during, or does it go towards labor?
It's like used for material costs, I think.
Yeah, it's for material.
Well, I would be, I would happily accept one set from you, and I would love to pay for the other set for myself. If it is possible to make more than one set. If it's only possible to make one more... If it's only possible to make one, then that would be an amazing gift.
Okay. Well, I will look into it. I'll let you know if there's a problem, but I don't think there will be. And I'm excited. I can't wait to give it to you.
I can't wait to see what kind of cover you put on it.
Oh boy, I gotta think about that. Okay, other thing.
No pressure. I was just trying to pick it, because, it would be a surprise.
No, you're right. I have to think about something really cool. Okay, other thing. So I found this book, and she takes a book, and you see there's like a book, like a little slip in there to mark one of the pages, and she opens it up and she tosses it to you.
Thank God you're not one of those people that dog ears.
No, never. Anyway, I'm pretty sure you're...
The dog ear.
She has no respect.
It's not like a Lauren's Elven notes. Anyway.
Probably, and no offense, probably the longest thing that Lauren's read is the back of a beer bottle to see what else is in it.
Damn.
Actually, that's inaccurate because I have done research in the campaign. Thank you very much. Please continue.
Anyway, when I toss the book to Burberry, you'll see that on the page is a very kind of crude illustration that looks a lot like them. I've been looking at a lot of animals and creatures, and I kind of just accidentally found this when I was going through the library's records. I think you might be a kobold.
Pete, you have to get out of my head. I'm legit thinking because I'm asking people about that this trip.
There's a box checked off for you. Just kind of came up incidentally while I was looking at stuff for other reasons, and yeah, it's the first I've ever heard of these things, but it's like a creature that lives underground and stuff.
That would explain the eye problem. Can I? And he starts like looking very closely at it. Like, you really found this?
I stumbled across it. I was not really looking for it, but it kind of just landed in my lap.
I want to insight check that.
Sure.
Mostly because Kat is curious. That seems weirdly specific. 24?
24. I rolled and I got a 21, and it was persuasion because it's the truth. She did actually just come across it while she was researching animals.
That is cool.
So, one mystery solved, I guess.
A wait, you said kobold? It's not kobold?
There's no pronunciation guide.
Cobbles.
Words are weird. English is weird.
I mean, I don't know for
Could be
sure.
kobolds, for all I know.
If that's it, you could still just be two small dragonborn, but it looks really close, and it has that eyesight problem.
Yeah, this feels a lot more accurate. They also apparently have skin, and not. Well, I guess some of them. Wait, like it's one of those weird situations where it's like turn the book sideways and look at it closer.
Yeah. There's like I think different regions have different types, so.
Yeah, I think what you would see in this kobold entry, there's not a lot about them, and they are mostly known from fossils and burial sites, predominantly draconic burial sites.
So what you're saying is that I should avoid any archaeologists.
Yeah, scholars are pretty confident that kobolds lived at minimum. They were contemporaries of the dragons, and there are examples of them having been buried in dragon tombs, sort of in the same manner that like servants would be buried with their kings. But there are also sporadic, though poorly vetted and sort of backed up claims of kobold sightings in the mountains and deep forests. Like, there's speculation that there is still a kobold population alive today of indeterminate size and range, across Virgos, but they keep to themselves and they do not make themselves known. And if it weren't for the fossil record, they might as well be encrypted. Like, that is how little information there is about kobolds.
So I should avoid archaeologists and circuses.
Probably. So I just thought that was interesting. And the last thing I wanted to talk about was the reason I was looking at all of these animals was because while I was doing some writing after we got back, I think I stumbled across some transmutation magic. And I had an idea. I learned a spell called polymorph. And I know that when we cast magic on you, Burberry, it affects both of you. And I'm not sure if it'll turn you into two things, or if it'll let you be one person again for a little bit.
The long pause is in character. It's also out of character, but coincidentally, it's also in character. I feel like Burberry just sits, like, full on, comes off the pile, just sits on the floor, like, done.
Are you okay?
I've never had any form of answer before. You've given me more gifts in the last 3 minutes than I think.
It would only be for an hour, and I can't turn you into a dragonborn. It doesn't really work like that, but...
Wait. So you're saying that I could be something worse than a
Well,
God.
it's kind of the same things as like what a Lauren can do. I think it's sort of in that same vein of magic. So, like creatures that you'd find in the forest, or like birds and stuff like that.
I would just like
Well,
it to be known real quick that if you do turn Burberry into an animal with polymorph, Burberry will just act like an animal and not be Burberry.
It's true.
So
well, I
just to
feel
let you know.
it's true. From an arcane standpoint, oh, do you have to go to an arcane standpoint? I'm not be a better. There are more. From a purely arcane standpoint, thank you. Either one of two things will happen. Either I will turn into one animal, because you are correct, it does affect both halves, since it's technically the same form, figure, thing. Or, in a very unsightly possibility, I'll turn into the top half of something and he'll turn into the bottom half of something.
Thankfully, I can drop concentration on this one, so if you turn into a horrible nightmare, I can stop that pretty quick.
Okay, cool. I'm just making sure you're aware. I'm like, that
I'll
takes
either turn into one cat or I'll turn into two halves of a cat.
oh god. Don't be terrible. I bet Burr would be the butt. The cat butt.
Excuse me, is that supposed to be an insult? The bunch is the hottest half, I'll have you know.
Are we gonna test this spell on Burberry right now?
Yes. And I very specifically waited and did not tell you because I wanted to get a ruling in the moment.
All right.
Well, as you said, you can drop concentration. I do ask that you turn me into something mildly harmless, and also, if I turn into something horribly grotesque, could you just not tell me? Please don't tell me.
I will endeavor not to tell you.
Thank you. Little does he know, he'll remember the whole thing.
Is there any preference you have of what you'd want to be? Just checking before I choose anything?
Well, you've already said we can't be anything fun.
You can't be like a humanoid.
Oh, no. Humanoids are... We've been those already, twice.
That's true.
No, I don't think I have just preferably not something soft and cute, on the off chance that it is absolutely horrifying, so that way it won't scar you for life every time you see another one of those animals.
Okay.
Like, no cats.
No cats. Okay.
Or rabbits, or dogs, or maybe some sort of lizard, I guess. That would be apropos.
A lizard? I can try that. Let's see.
That way there's a non-zero chance that, like, Burr will turn into the top half of the lizard and Barry will just be like a tail flopping around. Yeah, this is how my brain operates.
I love it.
I'm trying to think about what I should pick. Let's see. I think...
Roll a D100.
Yeah.
Is part of the criteria for this selection how difficult is this going to be for me to roll? Is that what you're shooting for here?
How difficult is it going to be for me to roll?
I mean, that's if I resist it, right?
Wait, sorry, what'd you say, Platt?
I said, is part of the criteria for picking this animal how difficult this is going to be for me to rule?
Oh, no. I'm looking to see if there's anything that has a decent intelligence score that I could turn them into, so they wouldn't just be a mindless nothing.
You could turn me into a monkey?
Some kind of ape?
An ape would maybe be the best I could do, because that's 6 intelligence at least, which is cognizant.
An octopi.
I don't think...
Because they have a toddler's intelligence.
Yeah, but I don't think they count as a beast.
Octopus counts as a beast.
Yeah, it's a beast.
Do they? Okay.
It's a critter. Just don't turn me into a giant octopus. Just turn me into a regular octopus.
The regular octopus has an intelligence of 3, but
Wait, but how's that?
because they're nonverbal.
I know, but you literally give octopi puzzle cubes to
A
solve.
giant octopus has intelligence of 4, so
They're not much smarter.
I think an ape is gonna be the best option I've got.
A dolphin has an intelligence of 6.
Well, we don't need water.
Okay, dolphins breathe
There's a
oxygen.
beach right outside the Presidio.
And then Burberry swims away in the ocean. And then you lose Burberry. And an hour later, Burberry's in the middle of the ocean.
Lauren, remember, this is Burberry. Burberry would immediately beach himself and try to just fly away from the water.
I don't think
A
you
dolphin
would
that hates the water.
do that.
Yeah, you're just a fucking you're a dolphin.
No, like you're literally just a dolphin with this
Yeah.
spell. Like
No,
whatever you turn into, you're that creature with literally no thought
No,
process.
I know. I know, but you're assuming that all thought is rational.
True.
I'm just saying, I don't think a dolphin would willingly beach itself.
I mean, whales do. I don't see the problem.
Stupid whales.
Well, let's not put this off any longer. I'm gonna try to turn Burberry into an ape.
Okay. So,
Why don't you just not work? Because the god's like, no, there's no cheating this.
fuck you. You don't get this. So, transforms a creature you can see within range of the new form. Unwilling creature has to make a wisdom save to avoid the effects, while no effect on shape changer or creature with certain influence.
Choose to
Transform
fail.
duration or until the target drops to 0 or dies. New form can be engaged counter equal to or less than the various target. Okay. So this is where my head's at. Burberry is technically 2 creatures, but mechanically, for the sake of convenience, we have been ruling him as effectively 1, and Burberry has taken precautions to ensure that stays that way, such as manacles and piggyback rides all day and all that.
I mean, if you want me to make it just 1 creature, I can just kill Barry real quick.
So,
Goddamn bird.
I am inclined
I know
to
I'll fix it right now.
I am inclined for polymorph to work in keeping with this ruling of Burberry being effectively 1 creature.
Can I throw a caveat in there that would just make sense?
What's that?
They have to be touching, because it would be really weird if they were across the room from each other.
Well, they're touching right now, right?
Yeah, no, generally, like, I, as a player, make every effort to make sure that it is true. But on the off chance...
Sure. I mean, if y'all want to test that later, we can test that. I will say that in keeping with this, I believe the creature before you is a singular creature. You do not have 2 apes stacked on top of each other, riding piggyback. But I will say, Noelle, as you see Burberry shudder and the arcane energy begin arcing across their body, and they begin to sort of balloon into this large, hairy, muscular creature, this gorilla-looking ape. You will see, sort of protruding out of the chest, there is a small pair of weak, underdeveloped arms, and over them a very small,
This is haunting.
infantile gorilla face that is just barely awake, looking out at you.
This is terrible.
As I am reminded
Stop.
of this drawing that Kat provided us with so long ago.
Oh, the weird chest face Burberry.
Why did I do this to myself?
Oh, God.
Does it seem like it's in pain?
I think Gorilla Burberry just kind of sniffs its finger and looks at you, snorts, sits down, scratches its head. The baby gorilla protruding out of the chest kind of does its best to mirror those movements as it does that, but it doesn't really have the mobility, so it just kind of like swings one hand, just kind of waves at the air, and then reaches up, kind of like pats the air beside its head. The eyes again are just kind of barely open, and there's like a faint little, as it kind of mirrors the movements that the larger gorilla is making in full.
Weird. So does it seem like they're thinking and acting independently at any point, or are they just like a literal mirror of the bigger one?
They seem pretty synced up.
Huh. I don't know if there's two minds in there or not. No, I'll throw him a banana. I would like try and test to see if I could desync them just out of curiosity.
Okay. What are you doing?
I'll go up and I'll sit cross-legged and I'll hold a quill in front of the smaller one, see if his eyes follow it.
I think you do that, and both heads are kind of following the feather, watching what you're doing. Doesn't look like there's a desync. They seem to be they both are kind of focused on the feather when you do that.
That's interesting. Ooh.
Are you speaking monkey now?
I was just gonna say, I think I might be able to talk to you. Well, okay, wait.
Concentration might be an issue.
Well, it's not actually a spell.
Oh.
It's that thing I used on the will-o-wisps.
Yeah.
Although I'm not sure that does.
The worst that could happen was you might need a Lauren to help. So she can talk with the critters.
Lauren
Lauren definitely can talk to you.
Universal
Lauren
speech.
would be in the keep right now.
It's not a spell. It can use a spell slot if I use it twice a day, but it just says I have the ability to make any creature understand me.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will start universal speech, and I will say I won't be able to understand you, Burberry, but you can understand me. Are you both in there? Or do you feel like one person? And but that's not a yes or no question, is it? Are you both in there? You have intelligence of 6.
So Burberry, from your very limited perspective as an ape, and the ape's underdeveloped Siamese twin, you do see through two sets of eyes, as you did as Burberry. What is different now is that you can now see through the other set of eyes. Both of you share kind of each other's perspective now. And it's kind of hard to separate them. But
that would be like the equivalent of closing one eye as a regular person, right? Like, it's kind of hard for us as people to separate our two eyeballs from each other. They always see the...
Kinda, yeah.
Even though technically it's two different perspectives. Basically, I just have obscenely good depth perception right now.
Yeah, it's weird because I think you're cognizant of the fact that you're still split in two. You can still feel yourself in two places at once, but for the first time in a long time, those two bodies are now joined into one. So there's now this kind of, there's a return of shared sensation, like unified sensation, and maybe not unified cognition, but definitely synchronized. One is very heavily influencing the other, and it's very hard to kind of separate them in the moment. right now, but you can definitely feel the separation still there. The distinction exists, persists.
Okay, so I don't know if this is going to answer your question quite, but the top half eats the banana and offers it to the bottom half, and the bottom half does not care.
Okay, simple question. Are you in pain?
Oh god. So
You can just shake your head, yes or no.
no, because like because I had a thing in my head of what would happen if something like this happened. Weirdly enough, and it's not. I think it shrugs and shakes its head.
Like shakes its head no.
Yeah, like not really.
Okay. This is really interesting. Okay. Well, in the interest of
Eight
not
nods.
in the interest of not dragging this out any longer, I probably won't keep the full hour just because I don't know if they are feeling unpleasant or whatever. Also, I'm just infinitely curious what they'll say when they come back. So, after like 15 minutes, they'll say, "Okay, I'm gonna try and separate you two," and I will just drop concentration on polymorph.
I will say, coming out of the polymorph, you are definitely not stacked on shoulders like you usually are. And you probably just kind of like, and you're both just like under the robe in like a big, like very tight tent situation. Takes some finagling to get back into your mask and oriented.
I don't think he actually bothers with the full mask in this scenario, just because they are in the privacy of a room.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, there's a small ruckus under the robe, and Burr comes out eating the banana.
I brought 2 of them. Don't worry.
So I'm good pulling off the rest of the robe. That was, oh god, my head. That was weird.
It was weird from this side too. You had 2 heads and 4 arms.
That explains the 2 perspective thing. It was like a weird half. Just, do you have a garbage can?
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw up in it.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Poor Barry.
Well, I won't do that again unless you want me to. So, but it was really interesting.
It is very fascinating from a magic perspective. And now I know I'm apparently a unit and a quarter.
You're what?
A unit and a quarter.
Oh, I
Well,
see.
that's a poor. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think I get you.
Wow, I was stupid.
Monkeys are dumb.
Well, you weren't that much dumber than I am.
Preach.
Is this what happens to a lion?
I think it's a little different. Lauren usually doesn't have 2 heads and a weird half baby form that sprouts from
You
her.
can talk to it, Lauren. Yeah, because she understands y'all, and you guys probably would have noticed
I'm
that.
a little nervous to ask her because I feel like if I told her that, she'd immediately want to see it.
Alright, that's maybe true. In the interest of wrapping this scene up, I will help Burberry recover from that and say, well, I did have one other thing I wanted to mention to you, which is that I've been looking around town, and there are like theaters and operas here if you want to go see some with me sometime.
I want to go.
Huh? Sorry?
Because it's so bad.
Oh, sorry. Burr makes like the biggest groan ever, and Barry seems really excited.
That's about what I expected. All right, I'll That's a good spot to wrap that one up.
So, Granagram plans. What are you guys doing?
I'm gonna go find Gideon.
How are you?
I am.
What time of Granagram are you wanting to do
This
this?
is
to
gonna
Gideon?
be probably like right before the festivities are really gonna start like full
Like-
swinging.
Just before sundown?
Yeah.
Okay. So, late in the day, Lauren's made what preparations she's needed to make.
Yep.
Tracks down Gideon.
Hey, buddy.
He's probably eating dinner with Aaron and Gerald.
This is gonna be great. Oh my god.
Rainer and Secundo are not in the Presidium right now.
Oh, poor Rainer. I'll miss it. That's okay. She'll be like, hey, Gideon, can I test some magic on you real quick?
No.
Cool, she's gonna cast it anyways. Polymorph Gideon Spider.
He's gonna cast counter spell. Like, what are you doing?
No! My plans!
Oh, a bold attempt, Lauren.
I don't even get a chance.
He's like, what are you doing? No, you're not casting magic.
Okay,
Counter spell.
Can
Aaron is probably gonna be like, is this a Granagram thing?
god damn it. I'm gonna get you later. This time you will be unaware.
We shall see.
Because I've used polymorph now, right?
He staples his fingers.
Because now I've used polymorph, right? So I can't use it later.
I think you have 2 slots per day.
No,
A
it's
polymorph?
1/4.
Oh, you get 1/4?
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if I had known he had counterspell, she would have done sneak. Well, that's boring.
You just walk in. Gideon, may I cast a spell on you? No.
Can I rephrase that? This is boring. This is not how I wanted this to go at all. All right, Lauren's gonna cast. Can I retry?
If you really want to retry.
I'm gonna,
Doesn't he have true sight? How the hell are you gonna sneak up on him?
That's a great question.
she's gonna try. Well, I feel like she has a pretty good layout of the Presidium at this point, and I feel like would his back be to any of the stairs or doors or anything
If
like
he's eating, he's facing the door.
that? Okay.
He sits at the end of the table facing the door into the Great Hall.
Well, I feel like she was already like in the Presidium at this point in time. I don't
Right. Okay.
I feel like she'd do pass without a trace and just try and be really fucking sneaky.
Okay. I need to find Gideon's fucking block.
God damn it.
Okay.
I didn't know you did counter spell. That was bullshit.
He's a fucking
No.
arcanist. What do you want him to do?
Good.
Not take counterspell? Okay, so pass without a trace, and you're rolling a stealth check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. So that was a 14 plus 10 plus 2, so 26.
26. Okay. So you're being your absolute sneakiest.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
She's gonna just like sneak up to the door, instantly see Gideon, and just polymorph like hopefully before he ever gets a chance to
Okay.
see her.
So,
Gideon's gonna have some bullshit. I know it.
I mean, he does have a lot of bullshit. He's in his position for a reason. Game checks up for magical means creators. No checks for trace of passage. So, if you are hidden, you are not currently on line of sight. You're sneaking up to the door. Are you cracking the door? Is that what you're doing?
She's just gonna. If there's like a crack in the door, she's gonna peek an eye, see Gideon, cast polymorph.
Okay.
She's gonna try
I
to.
don't know that I have bullshit for that specifically.
It's gonna go so bad. I'm so excited.
It is gonna go so bad.
Yeah.
It's gonna go so bad. I'm so excited. I was like, no.
So, Gideon needs to make a wisdom save.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Did he fail?
Did he fail?
You're just watching through the crack in the door when there's a pulse of arcane light across his body, and he just
Lord sprints.
contracts
She
and
sprints.
vanishes from sight. And Aaron and Gerald both just whip their heads over at him like, what the fuck?
She springs into the room with a jar and just boom catches the spider.
Okay, you're running into the room, like you're throwing the doors open. Aaron is like bolting to her feet,
Okay, no, she's like, wait,
Leveling a
it's a break.
leveling her hand, and you can see the hands, the armored hand, the fingers splay out, begin to like circle the wrist and expand as the arm opens up into like a cannon, and there is just like electricity just arcing between the prongs of the fingers. Lauren?
It's a prank, and she runs.
And yeah, and Gerald's like, what the fuck?
She gets the jar, puts it over Gideon.
Okay, so you get over there. The spider's like already crawling like up the thing of the chair. So you just over him.
And then I put the lid on it. I'd be like, thank you for the jar, Gerald.
You did not. You did not.
You're gonna get kicked out of
You are going to
Presidium
get
so
kicked out of
fast.
Presidium.
Erin is just like staring at you and at the jar. And she looks back at you and she's like, I would definitely not advise you being anywhere nearby when he comes out of that.
Oh, I'm about to go smack the shit out of him. Because he smacked the shit out of me and made me fall down the stairs. And then she'll walk over to the stairs that she's talking about.
Cheryl's just like, oh my god. Both of them are just kind of frozen, like, this is.
Oh Lord, you're gonna die.
She'll look at the jar. She'll cast Speak with Animals. And she's like, this is revenge for smacking the shit out of me.
Hey, Chani, real quick, just so I know, is Speak with Animals concentration?
Oh, actually, I don't know.
It's a
You
great
should
question.
probably check that first.
Yeah, okay, let's see.
It isn't.
Perfect. Speak with Animals. She's gonna cast it. She's gonna talk to Gideon. She'd be like, this is revenge for smacking the shit out of me the other
You
day.
see the spider in the jar like rear up, like its front four legs just like flailing, its little pincers like just fucking jawing at you.
Okay. She'll-
Can they talk back?
I don't think he has the intelligence to talk.
Knowledge and awareness of beasts live away
That's
intelligence.
true.
No, beasts can, oh no. You gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts. Yeah, so he can talk back to you, and you are just going to hear this very tiny voice muffled by the glass. Release me, foul creature. You have incurred the wrath of Gideon Omar. Free me from this prison.
She's like, she looks at the glass back at them. She's like, I don't want to open the jar anymore.
You know
I
what?
don't want to open the jar anymore.
Free me from my prison.
All
Or
right.
He's
suffer.
almost adorable.
Alert.
Like,
She's already gone like full in at this point. She's like, well, there's no taking this back. So she's gonna put the spider on her hand.
It's gonna bite you.
That's fine. How much damage do it
I
take?
don't know. I don't know what hits you.
It depends. What kind of spider did you turn him into?
I just like a small little spider.
It does a 14 hit.
no.
Cool. So he's about to bite you, and you just fucking smack him.
Oh yeah, I must just smack him, and when I smack him, I'm gonna like propel him towards the stairs. And
Well-
Lauren will flee.
Spiders have 1 hit point, and you're doing a minimum of 1 damage.
Yep.
So
It's gonna be
as soon as he leaves your hand, even before he's
Non-lethal.
leaving your hand, you can feel the spider beginning to swell, and you see Gideon's form very quickly popping back into sight before you. And as he's heading down the stairs. He like pumps his wings.
She's
unclasps them.
fucking fleeing.
She's fleeing.
She is fleeing.
Power word kill.
She's like, I'm gonna go.
I think as you run, you are probably going to hear a whispered message in your ear. The sun has not even set, Miss Ogalath.
Happy Grand Grand! She's storming out of there.
I hope you're ready.
Oh dear God.
I can go all night.
That's what he said.
That's what he says in his whispered message to you. And you're fleeing the Presidium?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
She's just running at this point. She's like, I was not.
I think as you run, you're just like you book it out across the yard through the gates, and you're just like running down the coastal dunes towards the distant lights of the city, and like just like glancing over your shoulder as the sun sinks over the horizon, the sky grows dark. A massive like winged figure just like rising into the air from the Presidium courtyard, and then vanishes.
Oh fuck! She's like,
Oh God, you're boned. You're boned and not in the fun way.
What was Gerald and Aaron's reactions as she like ran past them out of the door?
Aaron is honestly just like I don't even think she came to watch. I think Gerald probably like followed you out. Aaron probably was just like, I'm not involved with this. Gerald is just like, you need to run.
Oh, I'm ready.
And yeah, you would have seen Gideon's form flying into the air and like disappearing from sight.
Cool.
And you're just running for Freeport?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you can't even polymorph to hide because he's got true sight.
Yeah, there's not a really good way for her to hide. She's just gonna try to get into the general population. Safety in numbers.
Oh, you're boned.
I think even before you get back to town, there's
Another message.
no. You're running, and I think you just run into something solid in front of you. You don't see anything, but you hit something.
Oh, she's like, hi, Gideon. Can she cast fairy fire or the?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, she'll cast
Yeah.
fairy fire.
And the fairy fire lights up what appears to be like a large orb that is currently surrounding you.
What the fuck is that?
And you hear,
Oh, she's running again.
you're into the wall of the orb.
Oh, I can't
Is this
get
what I
out.
think it is?
You're in a bubble.
I'm in a bubble. Okay, so she's trying to get out of the bubble right now.
Yeah, you hear the sounds of wings beating, and then seconds later, Gideon just lands in front of you, reclaps his wings.
Knock, knock.
That,
Happy Grand.
happy Granagrim.
Pushes against the thing again. She knows it's like futile, but she's still like trying to get out.
Trying to hamster ball it.
Yeah, pretty much. Can she run in the thing?
No, it's stationary.
Oh, okay.
And he kind of like just kind of leans in and he says through the pain of force, what should I do with you?
Let me go.
Is that what you want?
No, I love my bubble.
Good. And then he will and fly back to the Presidium.
Wait, no!
And you are left trapped for an hour out beach under this bubble before finally, by this point, it's dark, the stars are out, and Gideon's long gone. So you lose an hour if you're Granny Grim.
That's fine. It was worth it.
You're like worth it.
If it's on the beach, you probably see Barnaby at one point.
Oh, hey, Lauren, you want to come fishing?
I'm trapped.
All right, you have a fun time with that.
Not even going to ask.
She'll message Adler. I'll be late.
Why? What's going on?
I'm stuck in some sort of bubble.
Where are you?
I'm outside the thing. She'll tell him where she's at.
Oh, he definitely comes to see.
She's just like.
He's got like a beer and like a hot dog in his hands. And he's just
Quick question. How big is this bubble?
This bubble is.
And does Lauren try to turn into something that's bigger than the bubble?
Okay, it's not technically a bubble, it's a cube, but
Question still stands.
20 foot on a side.
Oh, 20 feet. No, okay. I don't think there's anything big enough to get that.
No, I think she would accept her fate and just kind of chill in the bubble.
Yeah, Adlar, I think, just makes himself comfortable, sits down.
Is he sitting on top of the bubble?
No, he sits down next to it. He can't climb on top of it. It's too high.
Okay.
But he just kind of sits down and is like, so what happened?
I prayed to the leader of the Presidium of the Gatewatch. I turned him to a spider and squished him and threw him down the stairs.
This is all he did?
It was revenge because he did the exact same thing to me a few days ago.
That's unfortunate. Maybe next time don't do that, yeah?
Oh no, this is just the beginning.
Oh, easy.
This is just the beginning. I'll find other shit to do.
When do you think you'll be getting out of there?
Huh?
I said, when do you think you're getting out of there?
I don't know.
Mm.
I hope it's not for the whole night. I don't think Gideon's that evil. I think he tortured me a little bit, but if he really wanted to, he probably could have taken me back to the Presidium and locked me in a dungeon. And then I would not have been able to enjoy it at all.
Well, they're having a fucking crazy party back there, so...
You're gonna ditch me, Edward?
Oh, yeah. I don't know when this is ending. But hey, we're partying at, what's it called? Shelby's. It's right there on the corner.
Well, I'm gonna go party somewhere else then, Edward.
Oh, okay.
Major decision. You've abandoned me, I'll abandon you.
You know what, your call. Whenever you get out of there, we'll be at Shelby's.
Are we still doing the dodo thing?
We're going to do that.
Okay, so I'll cast it on myself and die.
Okay.
And then you can just be like, Dodo, help me get the body.
Don't help me. I have to hide the body. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Yeah. Shelby's. Whenever you're out, I'm sure we'll be the on.
She flicks him off as he walks away.
He flicks you off and finishes his beer. And yeah, an hour later it'll pop and you're free to go. Okay. So, what are you doing to Dodo exactly?
What?
I said, what is this you're doing to Dodo?
I think Adler and Lauren are gonna pretend to get into a big fight. Adler's gonna kill Lauren. She's gonna cast Fate and Death on herself and die.
Okay. So I think once you describe the plan to him, he's gonna be like, we should probably not do that in a bar.
No.
Maybe do that like on a beach or something.
Yeah, we can do it towards the end of the night, you know.
Okay.
But yeah, she's just gonna fucking party it up. And I think she'll prank Adler too at some point.
Oh, how do you prank Adler?
Adler, I was thinking she could conjure animals. So she'd conjure like a pack of wolves that started like mauling her to death in front of him.
Pretty fucked up.
Oh yeah. That's all I can do with her magic. I was really thinking. And then I think she'd have the pack turn towards her as she's laying there pretending to be dead. And then start chasing him.
Okay.
And then she'd turn into a wolf, join the pack, pounce on him, pin him down, and then turn back into the Lord and be like, happy grin.
I will say he's probably, when you do pull the wolf prank on him, I feel like he's probably like, oh, this is the one. Oh, shit. Oh, God, her magic is killing her. Dodo. Oh, Dodo, we're going to have to hide the bug. And then the wolves turn on him. He's like, oh, this one's for me. Fuck. And he definitely has to run because that is not something that anybody wants any part of.
Oh, yeah, she'll chase him down.
Yeah.
For sure.
He'll take it like a champ when you do finally give him the review. I was like, okay, all right. I thought we had a thing, but I see clearly this is a free for all.
Did you expect it not to be a free for all?
Dodo, during his prank, I think.
Is he like, all right, let's just go throw it in the ocean?
Honestly, his reaction is probably a little underwhelming. I think he, like, you and Adlar staged this fight. I'll say, give me a performance check just to see how well this fake fight goes.
Ooh, 17 plus
17
2.
plus 2. Okay. Adlar does not put up a very good performance, but you are convincingly angry. And I think what you end up doing is feigning like, oh, I'm tripping and falling over and hitting my head on a rock, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Adlar's like, oh shit, oh no, Dodo, I killed her. Oh, we're going to have to hide the body, Dodo. I can't go to prison. I'm too pretty for this. Dodo's like, don't you have like a priest friend? Doesn't she? You can take her to him, right? And he's like, no, Dodo, it's too late. We'll never make it in time. We have to hide her somewhere. Dodo's just like, no, seriously, we could just take her to him like now. I saw him like a block back. We could just go over there. He is being a little too reasonable and a little too chill for that, and you definitely get the sense, yeah, maybe we did give him a little too much candy. He is just unfazed.
Even if like she does feign death and she is literally just like fucking dead.
It's fine. You have a priest friend. He saw it while you were to go.
Yeah, no, Dodo's like, no, they've got a priest, like a pretty good one from what you guys have said. I was listening to their adventure. Were you not listening? Like they like he saved them all when they were fighting Bloodbeard. They would have died. Let's go. Quit belly aching. Help me pick her up. Let's go find the priest.
Oh, Lauren will just stay dead. She's
Yeah.
like, this is too great.
Adlar's just like, okay, Dodo, that's a good plan. And yeah, Burberry, wherever you're at this point in Grand Grim, I think like Adlar and Dodo like wander in with a Lauren like carried between them. And Adlar's like, hey, there you are, Burberry. Hey. So, funny story.
I killed your friend.
Lauren fell and hit her head, and now she is dead.
I'm gonna insight this performance.
Yeah, go for it.
16?
Yeah, you definitely can tell this is...
Oh.
Acting is not his strong suit.
I don't know if you knew this, Dodo, but there's actually a really easy way to cast Cure Wounds, and that's just you slap them really hard in the face.
He gets a kind of a big smile and he's like, would you care to do the honors?
Now you have fun.
No, Bubbly, we need your help. Bubbly, please. You have to heal her. You're the only one. You're the only one who can help.
Does Adler smack the shit out of Lauren? Or does Burberry do it?
No, Burberry's gonna whisper to Dodo and say, they're pranking you. Just slap her in the face. Just come on. I will buy you a beer if you slap her in the face.
You message her?
I message Dodo.
Oh, you message Dodo?
I say they're pranking you. Slap her in the face. I'll give them.
Dodo's like, oh, I don't want to slap her. Make Adlar slap her.
Fine. He's not going to. Burberry just slaps her. He's committed to the...
Alright, Lauren will wake up and be like, ow, the fuck?
She lives! It's a miracle.
She'll glare at Burberry. Did you slap me?
No, I cast Cure Wounds. You were dead.
My cheek is stinging. That's not no cure wounds I've ever felt before.
You've never played with Zephyr's Crepe.
I mean, wait, how would you know? You were dead.
Yeah, I think Dodo's just kind of like, man, you got to find a better partner for this. He really didn't sell it.
Did I do a good job, Ditto?
Nah, you look pretty dead.
Thank you. I tried.
Adlar's just like, bro, that's cool, man.
And she'll turn to Adlar like, what the fuck, man? You
Hey,
ruined
look,
everything.
No, I tried, okay?
You tried?
He was all like, no, I'm being reasonable. We're going to go find the healing magic man. Because why wouldn't you? Obviously. Next time, we are going to sit down and workshop this ahead of time. This improvising? No, not good.
Fair.
I need a drink. Let's get drinks.
I will still buy Dodo a beer.
Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. I felt weird slapping her, even though it was supposed to be a bit like on me. I feel like,
It's fine. It's fine. Everybody has their ways. It just means that you're not prone to slapping perfectly dead people. Trying not to laugh.
yeah, I don't know. Slapping a dead person feels kind of disrespectful too. Like if she was really dead.
Depends entirely on the person.
Yeah, that's true. Well, how's your grinding room going?
I actually did have plans.
Yeah, what do you want to do?
I was gonna see if either the Presidium or the Conclave wanted to make a haunted house.
The Presidium is probably not making a haunted house. I think you would have heard earlier in the day from Gideon. We don't usually do much on Granigram. Our presence typically tends to damper the mood. But
That's kind of ironic, don't you think?
yeah, I feel like we'd be pretty well suited to it. But you know,
I know, right?
people get very serious when we're involved. Although I think Rainer and Secundo are planning to go out and do something, God knows what.
Oh, maybe I'll see if they want help.
I mean, I haven't seen them all day, but good luck.
Also, I would like to set this up the day before because it would be very neat to do it day of.
Yeah, sure.
So I would actually sending Rainer and Secundo and see if they were interested in, if I was able to get out and I was started, if they would want to join.
Yeah, Rainer's like, that sounds dope, and we might stop by later, but we got actually like a pretty big thing planned. It's gonna be great. I actually got Secundo to agree to do something, so I'm sure you'll hear of that.
Cool. Okay, let me check something real quick, and then I'll see if the Conclave would be interested in doing one.
I think the reception of the Conclave is going to be a lot better.
Yeah.
The priesthood of Kur is already like kind of decorating the temple and kind of getting things in the mood for the season. And honestly, they're kind of dominating the Conclave space. Eslat's Day of the Dead holiday is like the day after, and like they have no room to really put any of their decor up, which, you know, it's a small bit of contention there among the clergy. But yeah, they've already got a lot going, and if you're wanting to do like a haunted house type thing, I think the core folk would be down.
Yeah, because then you could do it. We could do it in like the yard or in the front, and and I was thinking we could say but only the dead could hear your screams, and then I cast silence so that any noise they try and make wouldn't work.
That's good. That's excellent. I bet you we could get a few rounds of this in before we're all tapped.
So yeah, I was thinking about casting Guardian of Faith like in front so that this big, like large suit of armor like hovered in front of the entrance to the haunted house.
Okay.
Really spook it up because it's not concentration. It lasts for 8 hours. So.
Might as well. Dope. Yeah. I'll say go ahead and give me a would it be performance or
I don't know.
I don't know. Let's call it performance. Fuck it, performance check.
Okay.
How good does your haunted house performance go?
Well, I feel like it'll be a lot like the one that I did for Halloween because it's got like a lot of the same spells in it.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's perfectly average. But you know what? I'm gonna have inspo by the end of this, so I'm gonna roll an advantage.
Okay.
I want this to be a good haunted house, damn it.
That's how I felt about Dan's prank. I was like, no.
Granted, it only made it 1 point better, but that's better than nothing, I guess. Said performance?
Yeah.
Oh no. Do I have to make a performance? Because I really just want to cast spells from the side.
Yeah. What is your total there?
11.
Ooh. Okay.
That's not like I'm not really even doing anything. I'm just doing things like casting Fog Cloud and Spirit Guardian. So
I'll say this. I think like the level of haunted that you guys end up hitting is probably more like kind of like a Disney haunted house than like a fucking like one of those big professional like we do this all year round type of haunted house.
yeah.
It's fun, it's theme parky. It's not like a we're gonna scare the ever living shit out of you. It's like here's a fun thing to come and do with a family,
Yeah.
So nothing too crazy. I think there's a decent number of like illusions that get thrown out by the other priests that are they've got some charm to them, but they're not like super scary. They're kind of like cartoonish ghosts kind of popping out of the walls and very explicit like ghostly wailing and chains rattling in the distance, that kind of thing. It's nothing too untoward. And I think by the end of the night, you guys have probably had a pretty good time. Although I'm sure there'll be some breaks where everyone's like, maybe we should go out and like take this show on the town. Maybe we do something in the streets. Like, we can go out. So,
I mean, you can always do it next year.
I think at some point, Adlar and Dodo were going to track you down, and just because they had passed you earlier, and be like, you've got to help Laura. She's dead. It's like, no, she's not.
Yeah, I feel like that happened after because like I only have 3 of those spells in me.
Sure.
So like that would only be a couple hours.
Yeah. So yeah, pretty solid haunted house. Not too crazy. Anybody got anything else for the holidays?
I'm going to catch a bunch of fish.
Barnaby's fishing the whole night.
Yep.
Okay. Where are you fishing?
Beach.
The beach. Okay.
Remember, I found Lauren.
That's true.
We did.
I will say, Barnaby, over the course of the night, there is definitely a lot of activity on the line, and I feel like you get a lot of like tugging and pulling, like very violent in places. Like a couple times an hour, just something giant just catches hold of your hook and just starts fucking ripping into it. And you like lose, a chunk of line 3 or 4 times that night before late in the evening, probably like 2 in the morning or so. There's like a flurry of like splashing out in the water as you're reeling, and you find yourself pulling in what looks like a giant crocodile that is just steamrolling, like just fucking pulling itself up the beach towards you. And you can see behind it like 3 or 4 more eyes like kind of popping up out of the water and start crawling towards you, like mouths agape.
Oh, a bunch of saltwater crocs.
What are you doing in response to that?
I'm licking my lips. Those are good eating.
Would you expect anything less? I mean, really?
Okay. So what are you doing?
I'm gonna quick shoot him.
Okay. Roll to hit.
That sounds like Florida and right there.
Let's see. That is a 14 for the first hit.
Okay. That'll hit.
And damage is
Who would have thought we would have had combat in the middle of our holiday? Not one, but two. Well, 1.5. Say 1.5.
that is 16 for the first damage.
Okay.
Uh-oh. This was a prank.
Yeah. What's your second shot?
Oh, Jesus. Barnaby's going to kill somebody.
That is gonna be. That is gonna be a 21 to hit,
Okay.
and that is 11 damage.
11. So 27 total.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So, you shoot this croc twice, bam, bam, and you watch as the form contracts into the writhing humanoid shape of a young sea elf, kind of clutching his side, moaning like, "Oh fuck! You shot me! You fucking shot!" And all the other crocodiles like stand up on their back legs and contract back into the shapes of. There's a half orc, a triton, and another elf, and they're all like, "Bro, what the fuck? It's great again! What the fuck? What are you doing, bro?"
You were on my line.
Bro, no, that's not. It's a prank, bro. It's just a prank.
Yeah, well, you got shot for it. What you gonna do about it?
And the guy's like, "Oh God, take me back to the keep."
You'll be
Oh,
fine.
That's some green wardens.
yeah. One of them takes off the warden sash and just they start like bandaging him. You see like the faint light of healing magic being applied to the wound, and they're like, "Damn, bro, it's just a prank, bro. Come on, man." And they start like hobbling their wounded friend down the street back towards.
Man, now I could really go for some crocodile. Dang it.
It's just a dream. He didn't actually hurt anybody.
Depends on which part of his dream you ask.
After that, I guess I'm gonna go to the bar and see if I can find any place that sells crocodile.
Yeah, I imagine a lot of places are open pretty late tonight, so you could probably find some crocodile for sale.
All right. Oh, and if I do see a Lauren, I want to give her a gift at a bar, I assume.
You probably pass a Lauren being like an unconscious Lauren being carried by Doto and Adlar at some point. Adlar's just
Sounds
like,
about
"We have
right.
to find Burberry. We have to find Burberry. Where is he, please?"
Does he follow this interaction?
Might as well. I gotta give it to her.
Okay. So you'll watch as they find Burberry. Burberry slaps her awake, and they kind of part ways to start drinking. Lauren just kind of rubbing her cheek.
Yeah.
So what do you want to do?
Here, I got you something for partying. I'm gonna hand her a mug filled with booze.
Booze?
Yes.
Allure, it's Graham, and she's like looking down at it, looking at you. You wouldn't support my drinking, Barnaby. You've never supported my drinking. What is this?
What's it look like? It looks like I think I asked for beer.
She is eyeing you so hard right now.
Wanted to know what I got, what I was making for you or getting for you, and that's what I got.
You made her a nice mug.
Yes, it's real nice. Figured you
Thank
could
you.
have your own, you know.
She'll take a sip of it.
Tastes like beer.
Thank you. She is so sus.
DM, you remember what item I'm giving her, right?
I believe I remember, yes.
All right.
Barnaby has a sensible chuckle.
You enjoy the party.
Uh-huh. Lauren doesn't trust this mug, so she's gonna stash it after the first drink.
I mean, you finish the first drink, and it's beer. It's a mug of beer.
It's a mug of beer.
It's a mug of beer.
She'll just keep the mug.
You just taste beer.
She just keeps the mug. She's gonna be like, I don't trust it. Put it in her bag.
It goes in the bag.
She gonna find someone to tell me what it is later.
Sure.
She doesn't trust
I
it.
love my
You've never
job.
supported.
All right.
You've never supported her before with her drinking antics. This is super sus for her. Super sus.
Then you'll probably find Barnaby at a bar getting some crocodile.
All right. Get your crocodile to round out your night.
Yep.
All right, cool. Anything else for Granagrim?
Like that's all I got.
No.
I did not have any plans for this holiday.
Can I?
You just-
Would Gideon be okay if I took the kid out for Granny Grip? Not into the city, because that's a lot of people. She's real fire prone, but maybe to the beach.
Roll a persuasion check.
That would be a no. I rolled a 3. So like
I
6.
think Gideon would probably say to you, it's like, I do appreciate.
But I heard that there were some Gatewatch people, or not Gatewatch, Green Warden people trying to.
Yeah, the Green Warden. Right.
Her gunshot earlier.
I appreciate your the attention you've been given, Susanna, but
Eventually,
Yeah.
I'll get to teach her to play chess.
I wish you luck with that.
She seems to like the pieces.
It's true. Aaron and I are not sure that she's quite ready yet to be out and about. There's a certain impulse control issue that I think needs to be managed before we start bringing her out in public.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is fair. I did use up all my spell slots earlier on a haunted house.
How did that go?
It went okay. We've been very family friendly. And they were talking about maybe doing it on the street next year.
Well, that'll be fun to see.
Well, I guess I'll go play with her normally then. It would be a shame to be alone on Granny Graham. I keep thinking of it as Grammy Graham, like grandma.
Grimmogram. Candygram.
And I will buy her some sweets for the holiday.
Sure. I will say, I think she was probably asleep pretty late at night. Like,
Oh,
I
she
mean,
was asleep, but I'm not gonna wake her.
well, I mean, if you like go like check on her, like she like bolts up immediately as soon as like she hears the footsteps outside. So if you've got anything you want to do with her, she's definitely
Okay.
just like, what you get, what you get, what you get.
Then we will play games.
Okay, cool. She's grown to enjoy the games for sure.
Yeah, we'll play either chess or house with ponies and castles.
Okay. So the next day, if nobody has any further Grenagrim antics, is basically the Day of the Dead, Eslath's holiday, and in keeping with his sort of desire to chronicle and record as much as is divinely possible. Today is very much about remembering those who we've lost and those we still have, kind of reconnecting with our communities. And kind of coming on the wake of Granagrim, there's not really a lot of turnaround that can happen here. Like there was probably a mix of decorations up around the city, but I feel like a lot of it's probably like a 60-40 split. But as soon as this Sunday hits, the first of in Lareth, you see a lot of the Granigram decorations being taken down in the early morning. By noon, like there's none to be seen, and it's really just flower rings and portraits, pictures.
They have sugar skulls.
I think there's a few neighborhoods that celebrate with sugar skulls.
Yes.
This is a much more kind of like diverse and decentralized holiday. Like I don't think that there is a singular fashion in which it is just widely sort of celebrated in Freeport. I feel like a lot of the mix of communities here all kind of have their own way of handling things when it comes to sort of remembering their families. So I'm curious what, if anything, the party would do in celebration of the Day of the Dead. If anything.
Do Tabaxi have a specific way or a specific culture?
They're very migratory by and large. I feel like Tabaxi.
Was there one from my hometown?
Well, they kind of pick up the stuff
Bit of
that
everything,
they
yeah.
like individually, right? So like every Tabaxi you meet is a little different from the next one, or a lot different because they all kind of like find different stuff they like in their travels. So I would imagine there's probably a Tharjan influence to the way River and
Aurora
would have celebrated. But that could also have changed with Burberry's travels as well. I don't know what Burberry's picked up on their own or during the time of the conclave.
So I think in Burberry's case, it's the like he makes like a small boat
Mm-hmm.
and like walks not as deep as he could go for obvious reasons, but like decently out and then like pushes the boat towards the ocean.
Okay. Like a little paper boat or like an actual like little wooden model boat?
Paper boat.
Okay, that's fine. Cool.
Like, and it sinks very quickly, but that is okay.
It gets maybe like 30 feet away before like a wave just washes over it and it's gone.
Yeah, well, I mean that's kind of the beauty of it.
Yeah. So it goes. And you stand in the water. You watch as the wind kicks the waves closer to shore. Seabirds crying in the distance. And your little boat.
Seabirds. No, seagulls, leave me alone. Ah!
A few feet to the bottom of the ocean.
It's like, and I feel like the boat was actually like made of something like fish foodish. Like,
Kelpie.
so back onto the ocean that you return, yada yada.
Sure. Okay.
Don't pollute our waters or some shit.
Yeah. It's hard not to pollute when you live in a city on the coast, but
Right.
we
But,
try.
you minimize by making it fish food.
Yeah. And Burberry gives his family a little send off.
I think Noel would.
Pete, you're muted.
Oh. Good thing I didn't have anything to say for a while. I was just going to say, I think Noel would draft, not send, a letter to Renell.
Interesting. Okay.
And just do some journaling. That'd probably be what she'd do to kind of, celebrate, air quotes, the holiday.
Lauren's looking for a distraction and is getting drunk to not deal with the holiday.
Lauren has basically stayed up all night and is still drinking in the morning. You're like, you, Adlar, and Dodo are like the only people still in the bar as they're like cleaning up. Dodo's like passed out on the counter. And Adlar is just like, so it's not Grand Agreement anymore. Are we supposed to do something today?
Lauren's like, no. She'll just take another drink.
Cool. I could honestly pass out. I won't lie to you. We went like all night.
That's okay.
Real hard.
You can go to bed. I'll be.
Have you grab it? And he'll kind of slump over the counter too.
Oh, he just passed out on the counter.
Probably about 10 minutes later, the barkeeper's like, "Hey, you should probably wake you guys up. They can't sleep here." And
She'll put
They'll-
him in the bag of holding and take him.
No.
they just slide.
What was that, Burberry? You're kind of cutting out.
Sorry, I get when I get high pitched, my mic has trouble. They'll only last for 5 minutes if there's 2 of them in there.
I'm assuming that like she's just taking them upstairs to their room or something. She just can't carry them.
Sure. I mean, the bartender is definitely just like, okay.
She's like,
Keep
it's fine.
sweeping.
They're upstairs. I just can't carry them by myself.
Sure.
Oh, she'll tuck them into bed, but I think she'll fuck with Adlar and I don't know, get like a pen and draw on his face and shit and be like, "You passed out, bitch."
He's probably just like, stop. Okay.
Maybe she draws like a dick on his cheek, you know, just like real classy shit.
Cool. And as you leave, the bartender is just like, "Hi to your folks for me.
What?
Say hi to your folks for me." I'll just keep sleeping.
Who's this bar?
It's just a bartender, but it's, it's Day of the Dead, Day of Remembrance.
Oh, she's like, I'm gonna try not to remember.
Try not to think about my family. Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Lauren's just gonna pretend the holiday doesn't exist right now.
Fair enough.
There's too many deaths to think about.
Does Barnaby do anything?
Yeah,
He
Barnaby.
throws a bottle into the sea with a message in it.
Oh, hey, Burberry.
I haven't heard this tradition before.
Where'd you come from?
I know I'm small, but I didn't think I was that small. I've been here since before you got here.
That tin candy wear really fucks with your visibility on Barnaby.
Yeah, the visor isn't the best for looking to the sides.
His peripheral vision's just shot.
No, it's just a little thing I do for honoring the family members I cared about.
Are you remembering anyone in particular?
Aside from the most prominent missing family member, yes, my pa.
It's cool.
And his brother, Bimmy.
If I stand here, do you just keep adding things every once in a while?
I mean, yeah, he's just writing out a note, and then he'll just occasionally add a bit more to it, and then he'll, when he's done, he wraps it up, stuffs it in a bottle, then corks it, starts heading towards the beach.
Well, okay then. See you later. I guess.
What, did you want something?
No, I'm just so. Cat is going. Wait, what did I sound confrontational? I was trying to sound confrontational. I was just saying.
Burberry runs.
There's so many guys.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm
well,
sorry, I just don't really like to talk about it, that's all.
Entirely fair. I admit I half expected you to just sit down and eat out some tackle.
Well, I've got to remember a few things. Then it's back to business.
Fair enough. No, I don't want
Lauren would probably go see her mom.
Oh, would you want to go to
Yeah.
Wormbone?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think she'd be really drunk and really not want to go, but then she'd be like, "I'm gonna go see my mama."
I gotta go.
Mm, Okay. I mean, it would probably take you the better part of the day to get down there. So you're probably like dead tired by the time you get there. 'Cause it's a swim or a boat ride. And
Yeah.
It would take most of the
Oh, hi, Lauren. Oh, bye, Lauren.
day.
If you saw Lauren, she would not look like she's in a great place.
Sure.
I don't actually know. Since I'm standing on the beach still, I wasn't sure if she just passed or not.
But if you did so happen upon a Lauren, it wouldn't be great.
I think that I think when you got there, you would find Wormbone Village. Looks pretty much done. Like there's some scrapped kind of construction material piled up off to one side of the village, but other than that, like you see, 7 or 8 finished little houses built on the beach.
7 or 8. That's it.
Just up over the beach. Yeah.
Oh, God. Lauren's probably gonna go throw up in the woods.
Sure. And there's a couple of little like jetties kind of jutting out from the beach onto the water, like fishing boats are moored. And there's lights on in some of the windows, smoke coming out of the little chimneys. Not really a lot going on necessarily. It's pretty quiet.
Yeah, she's probably just gonna go have a little panic attack in the woods for a second.
Yeah. So go freak out for a while.
Yeah, and then she'll be like smack herself a few times. You got this. You got this.
And I think that you will be able to find your mom's house pretty quickly. Like they basically just wrote the names of the residents like on a little sign by each door.
Mm,
Like they don't even really have like streets necessarily.
yeah.
So you would find what's her name? Yoslin?
Yeah, I think it's Jocelyn.
Yoslin. Yeah,
Yeah,
Yoslin. You would find her inside, just kind of seated at a table with looks like a bowl of stew in front of her. There's a pot over the fire, and across the table, there is an empty chair with like an arrangement of candles set up, and what looks like a sheathed dagger, an old, worn out like gate wash sash, and a framed picture of a fairly handsome, middle-aged Triton man standing between her and a much smaller, younger Aloran on what looks like the deck of a ship. And as soon as you walked in, she'd like her head would look up and be like, "Oh, Lauren,
My mom.
it's so good to see you. I've got dinner if you're hungry." She'll fix you a bowl and set it down next to her. How was Granacrim?
Good. It was good.
You look dead.
I feel dead. I haven't slept yet, so.
I did have them build a second bed, so if you are tired, you're more than welcome to stay the night.
Okay.
And I think you guys will probably have a very quiet little meal together.
Yeah. Lauren, I don't think is much for talking right now. She just more wanted to be with her mom.
Yeah, I think
Support her mom more so than anything else.
Yeah, I think she isn't very talkative either. She just seems honestly just happy that you're there.
Yeah.
Just kind of contented and kind kind of relishing your presence.
Yeah, I think she should probably apologize. Be like, sorry it took me so long to get out here. I didn't think it would take me this long to swim across to get here.
You swam?
Yeah.
God, no wonder you look so terrible. I know you didn't go to sleep last night.
Yeah.
God, you haven't changed. After we're done eating, you are going straight to bed. I will deal with this shits.
No, it's like, I'm alive.
Lie down. Lie down. You're done. You're done. Lie down. So she, and I think any conversation that happens will probably happen the morning after she's like kind of cleaned up the little altar of the table and piece things together.
Yeah.
So, I think that's probably where we should leave it for now. We got a week done.
Yay!
Past a week and one.
And we got 2 holidays, so that helps. So I think next session we've got one last holiday, and then you have the rest of the month, whatever it is you all want to do. I would definitely say we should figure out what comes after downtime for the party.
I agree.
Yes.
You mean right now or next week?
Next week.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Nick wants us to do it right now.
No planning, just go.
Do it now.
Figure it out. 11 to 4:31. Cool. Yeah. I'll give everybody RP point for the session. Good session.